I'm a park ranger now, have been for almost 12 years. I live close to the land, work deep in the woods, and every day I try to make sure people understand how powerful and how unforgiving nature really is. I've seen a lot of strange things out there, things that made the hair stand up on my arms and left me lying awake at night. But the thing that changed me forever didn't happen when I was in uniform. It happened when I was a dumb kid, just a teenager with no clue about what I was doing. I was about 14 at the time. I just got my first BB gun. It wasn't anything special, one of those simple lever action models that could barely punch through a soup can. But to me, it might as well have been a high-power hunting rifle. I was obsessed with the idea of hunting. My family wasn't the hunting type, though. My dad worked long hours and never set foot in the woods, and my mom was scared of wild animals. But I wanted to feel that primal thing, being out in the woods, tracking something, testing myself. I wanted to see if I could do it, see if I could bring something home. It was late summer, the evening still hot, but starting to cool down a bit. I remember it was a Saturday because I didn't have school the next day, and I had all afternoon to myself. I grabbed my BB gun and a bottle of water, told my mom I was going out to check out the woods, and I slipped into the trees behind our property. We lived right at the edge of a huge patch of forest. There weren't trails or signs or anything official back there, just trees, brush, and swamp. I knew it well, though. I spent most of my free time out there building forts or riding my old bike through the rough trails I'd cut in the brush. There was a part of the woods that always gave me a strange feeling. It was where an old farmhouse used to be. My mom told me that when I was a toddler, the house was still standing, though barely. By the time I was old enough to remember anything, all that was left was a crumbling chimney and a few pieces of foundation stone. The area around it was a bit of swamp, low ground, fed by some underground springs. In late summer, it was always muddy and full of mosquitoes, and I never liked going there when the sun started going down. It always felt heavy, like the air there was thicker, quieter. But that day, I figured that would be a good place to find something. Maybe a raccoon or a rabbit. Maybe even a squirrel sitting on a log. I didn't know what I'd do if I actually hit something. I just wanted to see if I could. I remember walking slowly down toward that swampy part of the woods, pushing through tall weeds and keeping my eyes peeled. It was maybe an hour before sunset. The trees were casting long shadows, and everything had that soft gray-blue tone the woods get just before dark. The kind of light where things start to blend together and shapes start to look different. I stopped near the edge of the swamp, trying not to get my shoes soaked. I could see the chimney a little ways off, leaning sideways and covered in moss. I stood there for a few minutes, just listening. No wind, just the buzz of bugs and the occasional splash from frogs in the water. Then I heard wings, not flapping like a songbird or a duck. These were heavy, slow beats. Hump, 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 and they were close. I looked up and saw this massive bird gliding in from behind the treetops. It landed right at the top of a dead pine tree, maybe 30 feet away from me. Its wings spread wide as it slowed down and then folded neatly to its sides. I froze. I'd never seen anything that big that close before. At the time, I thought it might have been an owl. Its body was thick and solid, and it had that hunch posture. Looking back now, it could have been something else, maybe a turkey vulture, maybe even an eagle. I didn't know. I just saw wings and thought, this is it. This is my chance. I raised the BB gun slowly. I was maybe 15 yards away. The bird didn't move. I don't even think it saw me, or maybe it just didn't care. I lined up the sight. I didn't think about what I was doing. I didn't think about how beautiful the creature was, or how wrong it might be. I just pulled the trigger. The BB smacked it square in the chest, or wing. I couldn't tell which. But it let out a horrible sound. Not like any bird I'd ever heard. It wasn't a hoot or a squawk. It was this high, broken screech that almost sounded human. It flailed, dropped from the branch, and crashed hard into the brush below. The second it hit the ground, the woods erupted. I don't know how else to describe it. It was like the whole forest had been holding its breath, and now it was screaming. From every tree, every bush, every shadow, there came this terrible chorus of sounds. Screeches, whoops, long moaning cries that rose and fell like sirens. It was as if 100 witches had been waiting in the trees, and I had triggered some invisible alarm. I could hear things shifting in the branches above me, snapping twigs, rustling leaves, and that same awful whooping noise echoing around me. I didn't think. I just ran. I dropped the BB gun without even realizing it and sprinted through the trees, dodging low branches and jumping over roots. My legs were moving so fast I could barely feel them. I wasn't thinking about the direction. I just moved, pushed by pure fear. The noises followed me, all around, like they were chasing me, pushing me faster. That quarter-mile back to my house felt like 10. My lungs were burning. My shirt stuck to my back. My feet were soaked and heavy with mud. But I didn't stop. I finally burst out of the trees and ran up the backyard through the back door and slammed it behind me. I stood there in the kitchen, chest heaving, covered in dirt and sweat, heart pounding so hard I could barely hear. My mom called from the other room, asking if I was okay, but I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just stood there trying to breathe. I didn't tell her anything. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in my bed with the covers pulled to my chin, ears wide open. Every creak of the house made me flinch. I kept seeing the bird's wings. I kept hearing that awful scream it made. But worse than that, I kept hearing the forest's answer. That collective sound, like every creature in those woods had been waiting for someone to do something stupid, and I'd been the one to do it. In the morning, I wanted to forget it. I told myself I'd imagined how bad it was. I told myself maybe it was just a bunch of birds reacting to the noise. Maybe the BB had missed. Maybe it wasn't that big of a deal. But I never went back to that part of the woods again. Years went by. I grew up. I learned more about the outdoors. I became an actual hunter, later, but with real training and real respect. I learned how animals behave, how they react to threats. I studied distress calls, warning calls, all the stuff you'd expect. And not once did I ever hear anything close to what I heard that night. Not even close. Now, I'm a park ranger. I spend most of my time in the woods. I've been around bears, moose, wildcats. I've slept in tents with wolves howling nearby. I've had people go missing in the parks I oversee. I've found things I can't explain. But that memory, the one from when I was a kid, alone in those trees, that still ranks as one of the most terrifying moments of my life. It didn't feel supernatural. That's not what I'm saying. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters. It wasn't some cursed bird or ancient spirit. It was just nature, raw and honest. It was like the forest showed me something that day, that I didn't belong there, that I wasn't ready, and that taking a life, any life, comes with a cost. I eventually remembered that I never went back for the BB gun. A few years later, I tried to find it again out of curiosity, but the woods had changed. That dead tree was gone. The swamp had dried out some. I could never quite find the exact spot again. Maybe that's for the best. And the thing that gets me most? I completely forgot that day happened. It just disappeared from my memory for years, buried under life and school and growing up. Then one day, not too long ago, I was sitting in my apartment, and for some reason, maybe a smell, maybe a sound from outside, it all came flooding back. Every detail, every sound, like it had just happened yesterday. I sat there, still, quiet, staring at nothing for a long time. And I realized something that chilled me all over again. I never learned what kind of bird that was. I never learned what made those sounds in the woods. And I never, ever forgot how it made me feel, like the forest itself had turned against me. That moment made me who I am now. That fear became respect. That ignorance became caution. I walk into the woods now with a quiet step and an open mind. I carry knowledge instead of BB gun. I listen more than I speak. And I never forget that the forest is not mine. It never was. It just let me leave. I've worked as a seasonal backcountry ranger in a few parts of the country over the years, some dry and desolate, others green and choked with trees and thick air. But it was a single trip back when I was still a teenager, just another boy in a scout troop hiking through the Manistee National Forest. That still leaves me wondering about the woods. Even now, when I think about it too long, I get that same chill down my spine. Not because I saw anything, not because something chased me, but because I heard something I shouldn't have. Something no one's ever been able to explain in a way that makes sense to me. I was 15 at the time. Our troop was on a multi-day backpacking loop that cut through some of the more remote parts of Manistee. If you've never been there, it's not the kind of forest where you can easily see far. The trees are tall and thick, and the underbrush can be heavy in spots, especially in early summer. The trail we took started at a trailhead off a back road about 2 hours from any real town. Once you're in, you're really in. No phone service, no ranger stations within shouting distance. It's the kind of place where everything just feels a little older than you. We were a group of maybe 15 scouts and 3 adults. Our scoutmaster, Mr. Taylor, was a no-nonsense kind of guy. Former military, probably mid-40s at the time. I respected him, but didn't feel close to him. His assistant, Mr. Du Bois, was more easygoing, always cracking bad jokes, and walking with a slouch. Then there was Mr. Reeves, who mostly just kept himself and made sure no one died on his watch. Good man, quiet guy. We were 4 days into the trip when it happened. The day itself had been uneventful. We put in close to 12 miles, hiking along the Manistee River Trail, and planned to link up with the North Country Trail the next morning. The weather was ideal, cool in the shade, mid-70s under the sun, not too humid, and no rain in sight. We made camp near a bend in the river just before dusk. The water there flowed slow and lazy, wide and dark in the deeper parts. Trees leaned over it like they were eavesdropping on the water's secrets. I remember skipping a few rocks across the surface and watching them disappear into the shadows where the reflection of the trees blurred into a shapeless wall. That night, after dinner and the usual fireside talking, we zipped ourselves into our tents. I share mine with 2 other kids, Evan and Sean. We talked for a bit, cracked a few jokes about who would fart the most in their sleep, and then things quieted down. I fell asleep not long after, but sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. I lay still, eyes open in the dark, listening. Sean and Evan were both asleep, their breathing slow and soft. The forest outside was silent, too silent. No crickets, no frogs, no rustling branches. Just this thick, uncomfortable stillness. Then I heard it. A scream. Not a human scream, not exactly, but not fully animal either. It was high-pitched and sharp, like someone or something was being torn open. It echoed once through the trees, bouncing off trunks and traveling far into the distance. Then another scream, a little closer this time, and longer. Then more. Screams. Shrieks. Calls that didn't belong in the woods. Sometimes they'd rise sharply and stop. Sometimes they would trail off like they were being pulled away by the wind. A few sounded like they came from high in the trees, others from deep down by the river. They overlapped and moved. Some were short bursts, others came in a wave. And in between them, I heard something even more disturbing, the sound of something slamming wood against wood. A deep crack that echoed hard and sharp, like a baseball bat breaking against a tree trunk. The kind of sound that shakes your bones if you're too close to it. It wasn't rhythmic. It was violent, uncoordinated, like someone was trying to break something as hard as they could in the dark. I lay still, too scared to even roll over. I didn't breathe for what felt like minutes. The air inside the tent was humid and smelled like nylon and sweat. My ears were wide open. Every time I thought the noise was done, another scream came. I could tell it was moving. Sometimes it sounded farther off, sometimes closer. Not walking distance close, but within a few hundred yards. At one point I thought I saw a shadow outside the tent, but I couldn't be sure. The moon was only a sliver that night. Eventually, the sound slowed. Not all at once, but like whatever had been making them had moved farther away, or gotten tired, or lost interest. I must have fallen asleep not long after that, but not deeply. I remember waking up every 20 minutes or so to dead silence, and my own heartbeat pulsing in my ears. In the morning, we all got up like nothing had happened. No one said a word about the sounds. No one even looked shaken, except for Mr. Du Bois. He made a comment, something like, "Man, those were some high-pitched coyotes last night." He laughed a little, but no one responded. No one even looked at him. It was like everyone had silently agreed not to talk about it. We packed up and hit the trail. That morning felt heavy, like the woods were thicker than the day before. The trees seemed darker, even though the sun was out. The birds were back, chirping and flitting from branch to branch. But it all felt like a show, like they were just doing what they were supposed to, not what they wanted to. I kept scanning the woods to either side of the trail. I didn't know what I expected to see, but I couldn't stop myself. About 3 hours into the hike, we passed a solo hiker heading in the opposite direction. He looked like he'd been out for a few days already. Worn boots, long sleeves, thick beard. He slowed down as he reached us and asked if we were the ones making noise last night. He said he'd been camped a couple miles north of where we were and had been kept up all night by something screaming and hollering in the woods. Said he even shouted out at them, thinking it was drunk hikers or kids messing around, but no one answered. Mr. Taylor calmly told him it wasn't us and moved the group along. I glanced back as we left the guy behind. He just stood there, staring after us for a few seconds before turning and heading the way we'd come. We finished the trip 2 days later with no more strange sounds. No sightings, no more baseball bat slams. But that night stuck with me. It settled deep into my bones like cold water in your boots. Unshakable. Years later, in college, I randomly came across a YouTube video titled Strange Sounds in Manistee National Forest, 2009. The video was mostly black, recorded from inside a tent, but the audio was unmistakable. Screams, shrieks, the same haunting, overlapping calls. And there it was, that same wood-on-wood crack that I'd heard that night. My chest tightened as I listened to it. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath until the video ended. The person who uploaded it had written that the sounds had come from nowhere and they never saw anything. That got me reading. I found message boards, camping forums, Reddit threads. Dozens of people had reported hearing those same sounds in the Manistee Forest over the years. No clear explanations. Theories range from packs of coyotes to bobcats to illegal logging operations to pranksters with speakers. But nothing ever lined up right. Coyotes don't slam trees. Bobcats don't scream in overlapping patterns and mimic human voices. Pranksters don't usually hike 10 miles into the woods just to pull off a sound trick and disappear without a trace. Years passed. I became a ranger. I worked in Michigan, Montana, Washington, and Oregon. I've seen cougars, bears, wolves. I've broken up drunken camps, found evidence of poaching, even stumbled on some sketchy remote weed grows. But I've never heard anything like those sounds again. Never felt that same bone-deep dread. The thing is, I still go back to Manistee. Not often, maybe once every couple years. I'll walk those same trails, pause at that same riverbend. Every time I listen, I don't know what for. Part of me wants to hear it again, just to know I didn't imagine it. Another part of me prays I never do. I've asked other rangers about it, quietly, indirectly. A few nod knowingly, others shrug it off. One guy just said, "Yeah, the woods are full of things no one wants to admit they don't understand." I'm not here to scare anyone. I don't believe in Bigfoot or monsters or the supernatural. I've seen too much real-life danger to waste time on ghost stories. But I do believe the woods are deeper than we think. They hold things, sounds, memories, maybe even things with teeth and bones that don't fit neatly into the explanations we're taught. So when I take groups out now, I prepare them. I tell them to stay close. I make sure they understand that the forest isn't just a backdrop, it's a living thing. And when the night comes and the fire burns low, I listen. Always. Because I know what I heard that night. And I know it's still out there. I've worked in the U.S. Forest Service for 17 years now, and I've been stationed at a few different national forests in that time. The one that stuck with me the most, maybe haunted is the right word, though not in the ghost story way, is Ocala National Forest in Florida. This place is massive. Over 600 square miles of thick, swampy woods, tangled trails, pine scrub, and oak hammocks. There are springs, creeks, sinkholes, and endless stretches of saw palmetto that rustle in the wind like whispers. It's easy to forget how wild Florida can be until you're standing out there alone at 2 a.m. with no cell signal and nothing but your own breath and footsteps to keep you company. Most people think of gators, mosquitoes, or panthers when they think of Florida wilderness. But it's the people out there that have unsettled me more than anything else. I remember the night in full detail because it was so strange and out of place. I was off duty technically, but I had agreed to join a friend of mine named Tony for a night hog hunt in the northern end of the forest. He wasn't a ranger, just a close friend from my days in fire management. We both loved hunting, and hogs were overpopulated in that region. Nasty, invasive things that tore up the soil and harassed the local wildlife. We went in heavy, as always. AR-15s with mounted flashlights, sidearms, fixed blade knives on the hip. Not because we expected trouble, but because you don't take risks that deep in the forest. Even a wounded boar can tear you up badly, and you never know what you'll run into. Plus, the place has a reputation. People vanish out there. Meth cookers hide out in the deeper parts. You hear rumors about strange camps and warning signs painted on trees. Most of it's just talk, but I found weird stuff before: burned out trailers, shotgun shells everywhere, torn up maps pinned to trees. We entered around 7:30 p.m., using an old service trail not far from Farles Lake. It was just starting to get dark, but the moon was rising full and orange on the horizon. The mosquitoes were out in force, buzzing like tiny machines around our ears and necks. We sprayed down, checked our gear, and started moving into the woods. We took a diagonal route across a grid of old logging roads, pushing deeper into the quadrant. Tony thought he'd seen hog tracks out there earlier that week and wanted to check the area around a dried-up creek bed. It was hard walking. Lots of down trees, thick brush, spider webs catching your face when you weren't paying attention. But we made good time and settled near the creek around 10 p.m., quiet and still. Nothing for over an hour, just wind and bugs and an occasional owl call from the pines. Around midnight, we gave up. We were tired, sweaty, and hungry. The woods felt heavy, like they were pressing in on us. We hadn't realized how deep we'd gone until we started heading back. Looking at the GPS, we were nearly 4 miles from the road. No big deal, we figured. We had our gear, we were comfortable walking at night, and the moonlight made it easy enough to navigate even under the canopy. So we walked, quietly. Talking would spook any remaining hogs, and besides, it didn't feel like a night for conversation. Something about the woods felt odd. Not dangerous exactly, but uneasy. It was like the wind had died down and the air had thickened somehow. I kept checking behind us. Nothing there, but I still checked. About halfway back to the road, we started hearing crashing in the woods to our right. At first it sounded like a deer, quick, bounding, heavy steps through the palmetto. Then it stopped. Silence. We waited. It started again, closer this time, and it was clear that whatever it was headed toward the trail we were walking on. Tony gave me a look, one eyebrow raised, and I stopped walking. We both held still, rifles lowered but ready. I didn't want to spook a bear or hog into charging us. I had my Big Mag light in hand, and when I heard the steps almost reach the trail, I flipped it on. The beam caught nothing but trees and brush for a second, and then we both saw it. Just a flash, maybe 50 feet ahead. A pair of white, bare legs, moving quickly from right to left, crossing the trail and vanishing into the woods on the other side. It was so fast I questioned if I'd imagined it, but Tony whispered, "What the hell?" under his breath, and I knew he saw it too. We stood there a minute, scanning with our lights. Nothing else moved. Nothing made a sound. Not even the bugs. We didn't hear running. No more crashing through the palmetto. Just dead quiet. Probably some dumbass hiker, I said eventually. I kept my voice calm, even though my pulse was racing. Lost. Maybe on drugs. Tony nodded, but didn't say anything. The guy had no light. No pack. Just legs, bare and pale, like he'd been indoors for weeks. Shorts, maybe. That was all we saw. We kept moving. We could have gone back and taken another trail around the quadrant, but it would have taken 30 to 40 minutes longer, and we both felt better moving forward than turning around. I stayed alert the rest of the walk. Flashlight in one hand, rifle in the other. Every now and then we'd hear something move in the woods again. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but it never got close. Always just far enough away to make you question it. It was almost 2 a.m. by the time we got back to my car. It was parked just off a dirt service road near an old fire break, totally out of sight from the main road. I was relieved to see it untouched. I half expected the tires to be slashed or the windows busted out. But everything was fine. We climbed in, rifles still loaded, sidearms tucked next to us in the seats. I started driving slow, moonroof open, trying to calm my nerves by looking at the sky. It was beautiful out there, honestly. No city lights, no planes. Just stars and trees and the narrow ribbon of dirt road ahead. Then we saw him. Maybe half a mile from the car, my headlights hit a man walking on the side of the road. He was wearing a checkered button-down shirt and shorts. No shoes, no backpack, no flashlight, nothing in his hands. Just walking along the road like it was a sidewalk in the suburbs. We slowed down as we passed him. I looked straight at him. He didn't even glance at us. Didn't acknowledge the car, the lights, the sound of tires crunching dirt. His arm swung a little as he walked, but his face stayed forward. He didn't look dazed or drunk, just detached, like he was on some private mission and the rest of the world didn't matter. We drove past in silence, both of us turning to watch him in the rearview mirror. He kept walking, disappearing behind the bend. That road didn't go anywhere useful, just deeper into the woods. The nearest paved road was still a good 6 or 7 miles away. We didn't speak until we were almost to the highway. Then I pulled over, got out, and carefully unloaded our rifles, putting them in the trunk like always. That part felt normal, familiar, but the rest of the night didn't. Something about that man didn't sit right with me. No one in their right mind would be out there at 2 a.m. with no supplies. No light, no water, not in shorts and a button down. Not that deep in the Ocala woods. When I got home, I didn't sleep. I just kept playing it over in my head. The legs crossing the trail. The weird silence in the woods. The man on the road who didn't look at us. I thought about going back out there the next day, maybe trying to find tracks, see if anyone had gone missing. But I didn't. You might think that's irresponsible. Maybe it was. But the truth is I've learned to listen to my gut out here. And every part of me said to leave it alone. Whoever that guy was, whatever he was doing out there, he didn't want to be found. And people like that, ones who live in the deep woods, who don't care if you see them or not, they're either hiding from something or waiting for something. The forest doesn't give up its secrets easily. And sometimes it's best not to go looking. I kept working in Ocala for another 2 years after that. I still go back sometimes for spring patrols. I'm always armed, always alert. But I never saw that man again. Never saw those white legs cross the trail. Just one weird night in a place that holds more stories than anyone will ever know. But I'll tell you this much. I won't walk that quadrant trail again after dark. Not because I'm scared, but because some parts of the forest are better left quiet. And some men don't want to be found. I've seen a lot of strange things working in the forest. Weird stuff that sticks with you. And honestly, most of it fades after a while. It becomes part of the job. Animal tracks where they shouldn't be. Campers who swear someone was watching them. Abandoned gear. Things like that. You log it, you talk about it if you need to, and you move on. But this one, what happened during the summer of 2019, still runs through my head now and then, especially on quiet nights. And even though I've experienced darker things since, this one rattled me in a different way. Because it didn't end with any clear answers. It just lingered like a cold draft sneaking under the door. And the people involved, they never came back. That says something. It happened near Warrensburg, New York, in the Adirondack Mountains. Thick woods, rolling terrain, lots of deep cover. I was working a seasonal park ranger job, then rotating through different sites and checking in on campers, logging wildlife sightings, making sure everyone followed the rules. That week, I was posted near a developed campground on the edge of the backcountry area. Just a few pull-in sites with some power and water hookups. Nothing fancy. The kind of place families go in and want to say they're camping, but not really rough it. A lot of people pass through that area every summer, but I remember this group specifically. A couple in their 20s. He looked a few years older than her, and her family. They had one of those newer campers that still looked shiny and factory clean. The kind with slide-outs and satellite TV. Her parents were in their 50s, easygoing types. Her little sister was maybe 13 or 14. I chatted with the dad on their second night. Just routine stuff. They were friendly and said they were happy to be there. That was it. Nothing out of the ordinary. The fourth night of their stay is when things got strange. That evening was normal. Clear skies, calm wind, temperatures in the low 60s after sunset. The other campsites were full. There was an older couple 2 sites down, quiet folks. 1 or 2 tent campers as well. The place wasn't isolated, but you still got that heavy quiet once the sun dipped. These woods don't hold on a noise. Sound gets swallowed up fast. I did my last patrol of the loop around 9:30 p.m. and saw a few campfires still burning. I reminded a group of teenagers to keep the volume down and headed back to my truck parked near the maintenance shed. I kept the cot in there for nights I stayed late, which I planned to that night. I wasn't sleeping though, not really. I was listening. You get used to that too. Even when it's dead quiet, you keep one ear open. Around midnight, my radio crackled. Not a call, just static. I lifted my head off the cot and listened. The wind had picked up a little, rustling through the trees. Nothing else. I didn't think much of it first, but about 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed. It was a text from one of the campers. Not a number I recognized, but it said, "Hi, this is the guy from Site 4. We just heard footsteps outside our camper. Something weird is going on. Can you check it out?" I pulled on my boots and grabbed my flashlight. It wasn't unusual for people to get spooked, especially with wild animals roaming at night. Black bears sometimes wandered through, especially if someone left food out. I radioed in that I was doing a walkthrough and started up the gravel road toward the sites. When I reached their camper, everything looked still. No lights, no movement. I didn't knock. I just circled quietly, scanning the area. I saw fresh tracks in the gravel, barely visible under the weak beam of my flashlight. They looked like shoe prints. Human. Not big, maybe size 10, but deep enough to suggest someone had been walking slowly, carefully, heel to toe. I followed the prints around the camper. They circled the unit once, then veered off toward 2 tents set up about 10 feet away. Those tents belonged to the younger sister, and I assumed maybe one of the visiting friends or cousins. I paused and listened again. That's when I heard it. A faint zipping sound. Not loud, not rushed. Just the soft scrape of a zipper being opened, like someone trying not to be heard. I moved quickly, closing the distance to the tents in about 6 steps. I swept the light across both tents. One was already partially unzipped. The flap hung open. I called out, not loud, just a sharp hey, to let whoever was know someone was watching. No movement. I crouched and peeked inside. Empty. Nobody in that tent. I turned to the second one and checked that too. Her sister was sleeping inside, undisturbed. That tent hadn't been touched. I stood up and looked around again. Nothing. No rustling. No shadows darting away. Just stillness. I decided to stay there a while. I sat on the camper's metal step and waited. 15 minutes passed. Then 30. The wind moved through the pines above, but nothing else happened. After nearly an hour with no more noise, I did another slow sweep around the camper and tents and then headed back. I filed a quick report in the logbook just in case it came up again. I didn't mention the prints in detail, just noted possible unauthorized person near campsite. The next morning, I did my rounds early. When I passed by Site 4, the family was already up. The mom was folding a camp chair and the dad was checking something under the camper. I nodded at them, but didn't bring up the night before. I figured if they wanted to talk, they would. Instead, it was the older couple from 2 sites over who approached me later. The man walked up while I was checking a trail kiosk. He said, "Hey, not sure if this matters, but we heard someone walking around last night near the creek behind the campsites. Real late. Just one person. Sounded like they were looking for something." I asked if they saw anyone. He shook his head. Heard him though. Slow steps. Kept stopping and starting again. Real weird. We didn't sleep much after that. That evening, I drove out to the edge of the property and checked the back entrance, an old service road no longer in use. There was a thin layer of dust across it from the dry weather. And in the middle of that dust, I saw them again. Footprints. Human. Not recent enough to be from that morning, but still clear. They went in both directions. Someone had come in, then left. I followed the trail into the brush for a bit, but lost it once I hit thicker undergrowth. I didn't want to go in too deep alone, especially without knowing who or what I was following. Instead, I marked the GPS coordinates and flagged the location for the next shift. That night, I stayed parked near the loop in case anything else happened. Nothing did. The following day, the family packed up and left early. No goodbyes, no questions. They just hitched the camper and rolled out before noon. The tents were still up when they left, but one was ripped along the seam near the door, like someone had yanked the zipper too hard or tried forcing it open. I bagged it as lost property and stored it in the shed. It sat there for the rest of the season, unclaimed. Over the next few weeks, I didn't hear anything similar. No more reports of footsteps. No more unzipped tents. The prints by the old road faded with rain and dust. No one else mentioned strange activity. But the family didn't come back the next summer. They'd reserved 2 weeks again, same site, same dates, but canceled their booking in early spring. No reason given. I've thought a lot about what happened that night. It wasn't an animal. The footsteps were too deliberate, too human. No broken branches, no tracks other than the shoes. Someone walked into that campground late at night and quietly circled their camper. Stood at the window, maybe watching. Then tried the tents. But they didn't steal anything. They didn't damage the camper. They didn't leave behind trash, gear, or tools. Just presence. That's what unsettled me the most. Whoever it was, they weren't looking to rob or vandalize. They were there to be close, to get near people in their most vulnerable moments, sleeping in the woods, half trusting that thin canvas or fiberglass wall to keep them safe. And they did it without a sound, without being seen. Just footsteps in the gravel and the whisper of a zipper. I filed a final report that fall, before the campground shut down for winter. The logs were sent to the regional office, where they probably sat on a shelf or got entered into a spreadsheet. Nothing else ever came of it. No investigations. No follow-ups. Just one of dozens of odd little notes in a park ranger's file. But every time I walk through that loop now, even if it's full of happy campers with laughter and music floating through the trees, I glance at that old site. Site 4. The ground always looks a little too quiet there. Like it remembers, even if no one else does. And I still wonder what would have happened if they hadn't woken up. If they hadn't heard the steps. If they hadn't shut off their phone in time. Some things in the woods you can explain. A bear. A bobcat. A camper who got lost. But not this. This was a person. And the woods are full of them. The kind you never see. The kind who don't want to be seen. Not every threat wears claws or fangs. Some just wear shoes. I became a park ranger 5 years after the hike I'm about to tell you about. I was still just a dumb teenager when it happened. It wasn't something that changed the course of my life in some dramatic way, but it stuck with me. Even after going through academy training, survival instruction, countless solo patrols, SAR operations, and years of dealing with people doing foolish things in dangerous places, this one memory has always hovered around the edge of my mind, never really fading. I still think about it more often than I should. I graduated high school in June 2009. My best friend Danny and I had been planning a big trip to celebrate the end of that phase of life. Most of the people we knew were heading to the beach, to Europe, or doing cross-country road trips. We wanted something different, something tough, something people wouldn't forget. We settled on hiking the Grand Canyon. We were both fit from track and cross-country. We figured we could handle anything. What we didn't have an experience, we made up for in misplaced confidence. So, naturally, we picked one of the most difficult trails available, Tanner Trail. I don't remember exactly where I first read about it, but it was the difficulty rating that caught our attention. We were stupidly proud of being able to push ourselves, and Tanner had that advanced hikers only tag we were looking for. That was good enough for us. We didn't do nearly enough research. We packed light, which was the only smart thing we did. But we underestimated how little shade there is out there, how brutally hot it gets in the canyon in late June, and how quickly water disappears. It's one thing to look at a map and calculate distances. It's another thing entirely to walk that distance with the sun beating down on your back, the dust caking your mouth, and the heat rising off the rocks like you're walking through a damn oven. We started early. I remember feeling excited and a little nervous. Our plan was to hike Tanner Trail all the way down to the Colorado River, spend a night, maybe 2, then hike back out before the weekend. We parked at LaPond Point and started down before sunrise. The top of the trail was beautiful. Cool air, long shadows, and a view so massive it didn't feel real. The sun hadn't cleared the rim yet, so the whole canyon below was this deep purple blue, quiet in a way that felt holy. But the descent hit hard and fast. Tanner Trail isn't like some maintained, gentle-grade national park trail with switchbacks and railings. It's rough, exposed, long, about 9 miles down with over 4,500 feet of elevation loss. It winds through loose rock, steep descents, narrow ledges. The deeper you go, the hotter it gets. And there's nothing, no people, no water stations, no signs. Just you and the canyon. By late morning, we were already feeling it. Every time we stopped to rest, the silence was so thick it made my ears ring. The only sounds were the wind, our boots scraping on stone, and the occasional far-off bird call. No other hikers, not a single one. The deeper we got, the more it felt like we were walking into something we weren't meant to find. Somewhere near the bottom, we entered a dry creek bed. It snaked through a section of boulders and sheer canyon walls. I think it was Tanner Creek, though I can't be completely sure. The GPS signal had long since disappeared, and I wasn't experienced enough back then to track my position well on a paper map. But I know we were close to the river because we could hear the roar of the rapids echoing ahead. We rounded a bend in the creek and stepped out onto a wide gravel bar, and there it was, the Colorado River. Brownish green, churning fast, foaming white in spots. That sound, it's like thunder but constant. It hits you in the chest and fills your skull. After hours of silence, it felt like a wall of sound. That's when we saw him. At first, he looked like a statue. Just a man standing still at the water's edge. His back was to us, facing the rapids. We slowed instinctively. Something about the way he stood, it was too still. His shoulders were perfectly square, feet planted shoulder-width apart, arms loose at his sides. As we got closer, I saw he had long black hair tied back in a braid. A faded denim shirt tucked neatly into worn jeans. Tall boots scuffed at the toes. He looked like he had stepped out of a Western, like an actor on a movie set. He reminded me of Lou Diamond Phillips in Young Guns. It was uncanny. He didn't turn around, didn't move. We stopped about 15 feet behind him. I was suddenly aware of how loud the river was. I looked at Danny, who shrugged, just as confused as I was. Then, finally, the man moved. He bent down slowly, picked up something from the gravel, and flicked his wrist. A small, bright object sailed into the water, an orange racquetball. It skipped and bounced, hit the rapids, and disappeared in the foam. I thought he'd thrown it away. But a moment later, the current pushed it back hard. It bounced once off a rock, then spun in a wide arc and came right back to his feet. Perfectly, like it had been trained. He picked it up and did it again, over and over. Each time, the same thing happened. Throw, drift, rebound, return. We stood there for maybe a minute, watching. He didn't react to us, just repeated the same motion again and again. Something about it was off. Not threatening, not hostile, just strange, like he was somewhere else mentally, like he had been doing this for hours, or days. We didn't say much. We were exhausted. He drunk, ready to get our packs off and sit in the shade. I nodded at him as we passed. He gave a quick nod back, still holding the racquetball. Then we walked upstream a bit to find a spot to set up camp. We never saw him again. That night, I couldn't sleep. I was too hot, too dehydrated, too wired from the day. I lay in my tent, listening to the river and swatting at the occasional mosquito. My mind kept going back to the man. Something about him kept bothering me, but I couldn't put my finger on it. It wasn't until the middle of the night that it hit me. How the hell did he know the ball would come back? The first time he did it, it wasn't a test. He didn't toss it gently to see what the current would do. He flicked it with confidence, like he'd done it 100 times before, like he knew exactly where to stand, exactly where to throw, and exactly how the river would respond. But that's impossible. Rivers change constantly, especially ones like the Colorado. The flow rate, the debris, the rocks underneath, they're always shifting. No two throws would ever be the same, but his were. They were exact, mechanical, repetitive. I sat up in my tent, suddenly wide awake, sweating like crazy. The moonlight lit up the mesh wall. I could see Danny's tent a few feet away. He was snoring softly. The river roared behind us. I lay back down, heart beating faster than it should have. Not scared exactly, just unsettled. I kept thinking, was he waiting for us to show up? I don't know why that idea popped into my head. There was no logical reason to believe it. But once it was there, I couldn't shake it. The next morning, we packed up early. Didn't even cook breakfast. Just protein bars, quick water refills, and we started back up the trail before the sun fully rose. We didn't talk much. Both of us felt uneasy. Neither of us said why. We checked the gravel bar before we left. The man was gone. No tracks. No sign of a fire. Nothing. It was like he'd never been there. The hike out was brutal. Worse than coming down. The heat felt personal, like it hated us. We had to rest in every sliver of shade we could find. We rationed water and ended up dry halfway up. By the time we made it back to the rim, we were sunburned, shaking, and silent. We never told anyone about the man. Not our parents, not our friends. We didn't really even talk about it with each other. It wasn't dramatic. There was no confrontation, no danger, no scream in the night kind of moment. But left a mark. Years later, when I became a ranger, I brought it up casually to a supervisor who had worked Grand Canyon for a few seasons. I just said, "Ever hear of anyone doing tricks with a racquetball at Tanner Beach?" He gave me a weird look and shook his head. Said he'd heard some odd stories from that area, but nothing like that. I checked old missing persons reports. Nothing matched. No men reported missing in that area during that year. No campers. No incidents. I even went back once. On my own, as a ranger. I filed it under personal exploration time. Revisited Tanner Trail. Hiked it with better gear, better hydration, real training. Made it to the river. He wasn't there. I stood on that gravel bar, near where I thought he'd been, and tossed a rock into the rapids. It got swept away. Never came back. That's what rivers do. They take. They don't return things. That's the part I'll never understand. Why did the ball come back? And why did he look so certain that it would? I was working as a seasonal park ranger in Los Angeles a few years ago, around the Griffith Park area, when something happened that I still think about to this day. I don't talk about it much anymore. Not because I'm scared people won't believe me, but because I don't need to relive it more than I already do in my head. That night, I wasn't working officially. It was a night off, but what happened up there still makes the hairs on my arms stand up. I still remember the way the dry canyon air felt in my lungs and how quiet everything got when it shouldn't have. It was supposed to be a harmless trip, just a late-night hike with some buddies. 7 of us total. The idea came from some online forum post that talked about how creepy the abandoned zoo could get after dark. The place had been shut down for decades, and though some of the old cages and structures were still there, overgrown with weeds and half fallen apart, it had become a weird little attraction. People went up there to film videos, hang out, sometimes even party. We were just out to scare ourselves. A get scared shitless kind of thing. It wasn't hard to get everyone on board. We were all in our mid to late 20s, most of us either working shift jobs or just out of college, bored and looking for something to break the routine. I was the only one with any kind of ranger background, but I didn't mention it much. That night, I didn't want to be the responsible one. I wanted to feel that kind of thrill that comes when you go out looking for fear. Stupid in hindsight, but that's how we were back then. We met up around 8:30 p.m. at the base of the trail. We brought flashlights, a few bottles of water, a Bluetooth speaker, and snacks. Most of the guys thought we'd stay up there for a couple of hours, maybe take some dumb pictures inside the old cages and be back down before midnight. A few of the guys had even joked about staying the night, but had never had any intention of doing that. The hike itself takes about 2 hours if you go slow. And we did. None of us were in a hurry. The trail winds up the canyon side, shifting between loose dirt paths and more rocky spots. It's not steep, but it's uneven. There's no official lighting on the trail, just the moon and whatever you bring. That night, the moon was about half full, just enough to cast shadows, but not enough to guide you. We used our flashlights early on just to stay steady. For the first hour, it was exactly what I expected. Dust kicking up around our feet. Crickets. The occasional rustle in the brush. You could hear some kind of animal, maybe a possum or raccoon, scrambling around in the underbrush once or twice. There was an owl that passed above us at one point. That was probably the most unsettling part early on. It glided silently right over our heads and landed on a nearby tree, blinking down at us. Its eyes caught the light and glowed for a second. That got a few laughs, nervous ones, but nothing serious. The first part of the trail is wider, open enough to walk side by side in groups of 2 or 3. We stuck together for the most part, chatting, taking pictures, listening to music. The trail curves around the edge of a ridge at one point, and you can look down at the city lights in the distance. It's a weird feeling being so close to civilization and yet completely removed from it. Out there, you can't hear the roads or the cars. Just wind, bugs, and your own footsteps. It was about the halfway mark when I started to notice things changing. The air felt colder. That didn't make much sense since we were still in LA in late summer, and the temperature doesn't usually drop that fast at night. But the breeze picked up a little and carried this dry, dusty smell that made my nose itch. I didn't say anything. Didn't want to be the guy who started talking about weird vibes. The path narrowed the higher we climbed. There's a section, maybe 3/4 of the way to the zoo ruins, where the trail cuts through a narrow slot between 2 canyon walls. It's not more than 3 feet wide in most places. Too tight to walk shoulder to shoulder. You got to go in single file. The wall on the left is a sheer drop, a good 30 or 40 feet down into the brush below. The right side is solid rock. No room to mess around. That's when our flashlights started acting up. It wasn't just 1 or 2. All of them flickered. Not at the same time, but close enough. First, the guy in the front, let's call him Jason, his light blinked once, then came back on. Then mine dimmed, then came back. It was like a wave passing through our line. Someone joked that the batteries were probably garbage, and we all agreed. They'd been sitting in drawers for weeks. Not exactly top-of-the-line gear. Nobody thought much of it. We switched to using our phone lights, which gave us enough visibility to keep moving. Jason was in front. I was 4th in line. I remember trying to keep my eyes on the feet in front of me, so I wouldn't trip on the uneven ground. The wall on the right scraped my shoulder as I slid along sideways to fit through. I could feel the grit and cool stone through my jacket. Then Jason stopped. He didn't say anything. None of us did, but I felt the line come to a halt. I looked up and saw him standing still, facing forward, his light pointed ahead. His body had stiffened up, like something had punched the breath out of him. I didn't get a good look at what he was seeing at first because of the curve in the rock, but 2 seconds later, I saw it. There was a man walking toward us. He wasn't running, wasn't sneaking, just walking, calm and steady, like we weren't even there. He was maybe 20 feet away, coming through the narrow passage without any difficulty, even though we could barely squeeze through ourselves. He was wearing all white, pants, shirt, even a long coat or jacket that swayed as he moved. His hair was white too, and he had this tall, old-fashioned top hat that looked like something from an old Western movie. The strangest part was that his face was covered. Not with a mask, just a cloth or maybe a scarf pulled up over the lower half. All you could see was his eyes, but even those seemed not right. Hard to explain. Like he was looking through us, not at us. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. He didn't stop or look surprised. He just kept strutting past us like we were statues. I remember pressing my back hard against the canyon wall, trying to make room, even though there was none. I could feel the edge of the drop behind me, and my hands shaking. When he passed me, I smelled something sharp and bitter, like ammonia and dirt. His clothes looked like they were covered in some kind of white dust. Could have been plaster. Could have been ash. I didn't want to guess. Once he was behind us, we didn't say a word. Just turned around and started heading back the way we came. There was no decision, no vote. We all just moved. Fast. Nobody ran, but it was close. Every crunch of gravel underfoot felt like it echoed across the whole canyon. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was no one there. He didn't follow us. Didn't say anything. Just disappeared down the trail in the opposite direction. When we got back to the wider part of the path, nobody said anything for a few minutes. I think we were all waiting for someone else to break the silence first. I felt sick. My hands were numb and my mouth was dry. The thrill was gone. That kind of fear, the cold, deep fear you feel in your stomach when something doesn't make sense, it doesn't leave quickly. We walked faster, phones lighting the way, too shaken to joke anymore. It took us half the time to get back down the canyon, maybe less. When we reached the bottom and got to the clearing where we'd parked, we saw something else that still messes with me. The cars were parked under a few scattered trees, just off the dirt access road. As we approached, we noticed small white lights circling around Jason's car. At first, I thought it was some kind of reflection, maybe bugs, but these weren't insects. They moved in quick, tight loops, then darted upward and vanished. There were 5 or 6 of them, small glowing orbs just zipping around and then gone. The moment we pointed them out, they disappeared completely. Nothing left, just the darkness and the shapes of our cars in the dim light. I remember walking around mine, checking the tires and windows like I expected something to be wrong. But everything was normal. We got in without saying a word, started the engines, and drove out in near silence. I didn't go back to the abandoned zoo after that. I haven't been near that trail since. Some of the guys talked about it once or twice after, tried to make light of it, saying the guy in white was probably just a homeless guy or some performer messing with us. But deep down, we knew it wasn't that simple. There are people who spend time in parks and wild places looking for ghosts or creatures or whatever else they think is out there. But I've worked in places where real things happen, things that don't need any fantasy to be terrifying. I've seen what fear does to people, and I know that not everything strange needs to be supernatural to be dangerous. That night taught me something I should have remembered from the job. When nature and people mix in forgotten places, weird things happen. And sometimes the scariest thing you can find out there isn't a ghost. It's just a person who shouldn't be where they are. And the look in their eyes when they see you there too. I didn't report it. Who would I report it to? Strange man in white clothing seen walking calmly through narrow canyon. It sounds ridiculous on paper, but I think we were just lucky. Whoever he was, or whatever he was doing, he didn't care about us. He walked through and we got out. I keep a fresh set of batteries in my flashlight now. I don't follow dare ideas into abandoned places anymore. And whenever someone jokes about going back to that spot up near the old zoo, when I was younger, my family owned a small hunting camp way out in the deep woods near Powers, Michigan. If you don't know where that is, it's in the Upper Peninsula, a quiet part of the state with more trees than people. The place was old, hand-built by someone generations ago. It was a log cabin with no electricity, no running water, and no road signs pointing to it. It sat out there in the woods like it had grown out of the ground. The place was mostly used during hunting season. My dad and his brothers went out there every fall for deer. But one year, my dad got this idea that instead of going to Florida or some beach for spring break, we should disconnect as a family. So, that spring, when I was maybe around 13 or 14, we packed up sleeping bags, canned food and supplies, and drove from our home up north to the camp. It was early April. The snow had melted mostly, but the air still had that bite to it. Cold in the mornings, damp in the afternoons. The trees were bare, and everything was quiet in that way the woods get when the leaves are still coming back. There weren't any birds chirping like you'd expect in spring. Just wind, the occasional snapping of branches, and the crunch of our boots. The cabin had an upstairs loft with several old beds pushed around the walls. They creaked when you moved, and the mattresses were just thin pads over old springs. There was a wood stove downstairs, and the only light we had came for flashlights or a couple gas lanterns my dad brought. At night, it got cold fast. We layered up and curled into sleeping bags to stay warm. The first couple of nights were uneventful. My sister and I wandered the woods during the day, sometimes walking to a nearby creek to toss rocks or look for animal tracks. Dad spent his time chopping wood or checking the old trail cameras he'd left up from hunting season. At night, we'd play cards or tell stories around the stove until we got too tired to stay up. Then we'd climb the narrow stairs to the loft and bundle into our separate corners. It was the third night that things got strange. I remember it clearly, not because I was scared right away, but because it was such a strange series of events that I didn't know what to feel. That night, my sister fell asleep fast, and so did my dad. Both of them snored. Loud. I was lying there on one of the beds, staring up at the dark wood beams of the loft. There was a skylight directly above my bed, set into the angled roof. It wasn't a fancy window, just a rectangular cut of glass bolted into the roof frame. During the day, it gave a good view of the treetops, and at night, you could see the stars when the sky was clear. I couldn't sleep. Between the snoring and the cold, I was wide awake. I pulled out my old iPod Nano and started playing Brick Breaker. It was 2008, and I didn't have a phone yet. That little screen and some earbuds were the only things keeping me distracted. I kept the screen dim so it wouldn't light up the whole loft and wake anyone. After a while, I started to doze off. That fuzzy, halfway asleep feeling crept in, and I was just about to turn off the iPod when I felt something strange. The whole cabin vibrated. Not like a small shake. This was a deep, humming kind of vibration, the kind you feel more in your chest than in your ears. The walls groaned slightly. I could feel it in the springs of the bed and the wood floor under it. Then I heard this loud, buzzing sound from above. It was low, almost electrical, but with a metallic hum to it. It came out of nowhere and got louder fast. I thought at first it was a plane flying low, maybe a small aircraft, but it didn't sound like any plane I'd heard before, and the cabin was so far from any flight paths that planes didn't pass overhead often, especially not at night. I looked up through the skylight. The glass was lit up with color. Not normal light, either. It looked like a mixture of pulsing rainbow flashes, reds, greens, purples like you see when a transformer explodes, that kind of glow. But it wasn't a flash that came and went. It stayed. It moved across the glass like something was directly above us, and whatever it was covered the whole view. I couldn't see stars anymore, just that strange light moving slowly, almost as if it was scanning. For a second, I thought maybe it was some weird reflection. But there was nothing in the cabin that could cause that kind of light, and the generator wasn't running. We didn't even have anything electric besides flashlights and my iPod. The buzzing got louder. I could feel it in my chest. The whole cabin seemed to shake just slightly, like a truck was rumbling past, except there was no road for miles. I stared at the light, frozen, just trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It didn't make any. It felt like time slowed down. I kept thinking, what is this? What could possibly be up there? In a panic, I grabbed a pillow and threw it across the loft at my dad's bed. It thudded against him, and right at that moment, the buzzing stopped. The light was gone. Just gone like someone flipped a switch. It was dead silent. No buzz, no vibration, no colors. Just black sky again. I lay there for a long time, heart pounding, waiting to hear something else. A plane engine, a crash, anything. But there was nothing. My dad stirred and mumbled something, but didn't get up. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I just lay there under the covers, eyes fixed on the dark square of the skylight, trying to see if anything would come back. Nothing did. The next morning, everything felt normal again. My dad didn't say anything, and I didn't bring it up. I didn't know how to explain it. What would I say? That lights were dancing on the roof, and the cabin shook like there was an earthquake? He would have told me it was a dream or some trick of the light. Maybe I would have believed that too, if it hadn't felt so real. But something stuck with me. Later that day, I walked out to the clearing behind the cabin. There was a patch of grass there where the trees opened up a little. I looked up at the roof and the skylight. Nothing looked out of place. No damage. No bed of mucks. No branches had fallen. I checked the ground around the clearing and found some flattened grass, like something heavy had pressed down in a wide circle. But it wasn't clear enough to prove anything. Could have been an animal bed. Could have been snow melt. Still, I felt uneasy. I didn't sleep well the rest of the trip. Every time I started to drift off, I kept waiting for that buzzing to come back. It never did, but the silence felt thicker somehow, like the woods were holding their breath. When we got home, I tried to forget about it, but I never really could. Over the years, I tried to explain it to myself in different ways. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe it was a rare aircraft doing night ops. Maybe it was an electrical phenomenon, like ball lightning or atmosphere plasma. But none of those really fit what I saw and felt, especially the way it stopped the second I startled my dad. Still, life moved on. I grew up, got into forestry, eventually went through the process of becoming a park ranger. I've spent years in remote parts of the country since then, Wyoming, Oregon, parts of the UP again. I've seen strange things in the woods, odd noises, flickers of light, but nothing like that night. It wasn't until years later while stationed in Ottawa National Forest, not far from that area in Michigan, that I came across something that gave me pause. One of the rangers on the same team, an older guy named Frank, mentioned an old camp in the backwoods near Powers, deep off trail. Said he'd hiked near there a few times and it always fell off. I didn't say anything at first, but I knew he was talking about our cabin. I went back there once, alone. It was after I'd been working as a ranger for about 5 years. I took a weekend off, drove up, hiked in. The old cabin was still there, though the roof had started to sag and the logs were weather gray. I stepped inside, brushed off the dust, and climbed the stairs to the loft. The skylight was cracked now. One of the panes had a long fracture in it, like someone had hit it with a rock. I looked up through it just like I had that night all those years ago. The sky was quiet, blue, normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling, not even after all these years. That buzzing, those lights, the way they stopped instantly like something noticed me noticing it. Was it natural? Was it man-made? Some kind of tech being tested? Or was it just something we don't have words for yet? I don't know. And honestly, maybe I don't want to. But I'll tell you this, ever since that night, I never sleep near uncovered windows. I don't like skylights. I don't like the feeling of being watched from above. And when something in the woods feels off, I trust it now. I don't need to explain it. I just listen. Because sometimes, out there in the silence, something is listening back. And it doesn't always care whether you understand it or not. I've spent enough time alone in the backcountry to know the difference between something that feels off and something that's actually dangerous. Most times, it's just your mind making shapes out of shadows or mistaking silence for a threat. But every once in a while, the land gives you a warning that's quiet, still, and absolute. And when that happens, you listen. This story takes place on the Mogollon Rim, in Arizona, though not the part most people picture. It wasn't dry, dusty desert. This was the high elevation zone, about 7,500 feet up, where it stays wet and green. In fact, if I showed you a photo of the area, you'd think it was from Oregon or Washington. Big firs and thick ferns. The air felt cold and damp, even in late spring. You could smell wet earth and moss from the minute you stepped off the trail. I was solo backpacking that weekend, not for work, but just to be alone in the woods. I was a seasonal ranger back then, just getting started in the field, and I like to put myself in places few others ever visited. No real trails, no campgrounds, nothing but game paths and the sound of wind through trees. This time, I hiked deep into the rim area, overgrown country with thick underbrush and terrain that turned steep without warning. Thorn bushes, wild strawberries, ferns waist-high in places. A real tangle to move through. The goal was simple. Hiking about 8 or 9 miles off the Forest Service roads, find a flat spot to camp, maybe fish or photograph wildlife if I got lucky. No cell service, obviously, but I carried a Garmin satellite communicator to check in with my family each evening. That's the agreement. I message once a day. If I don't, they alert the station and SR might get called. That first night, I found a bench above a creek. In this context, a bench means a flat or nearly flat shelf of land, a natural ledge formed by old erosion or floods. This one was maybe the size of a large living room. To the rear was a cliff, brush-covered and steep, impossible to scale quietly. In front was a sheer drop, probably 10 to 12 feet, undercut by years of rushing water. The creek at the bottom barely trickled, which surprised me given how wet the land was. Everything was soaked, but the flow was soft. Just a low burble in the otherwise perfect silence. And I mean silence. No crickets, no birds, no frogs calling from the water. It was dead quiet in a way that makes your ears ring. I could hear the blood in my head and the small movements of mice in the underbrush. That kind of silence. Even during the day, there had been no bird song, no distant knocking of woodpeckers or calls of jays. I noticed that as soon as I left the road behind. At first I thought I was imagining it, just tuning out the noise as I hiked, but by the time I set up camp I knew it was true. The woods were asleep. Nothing moved or spoke unless I did. I pitched my tent in the middle of the bench with my back to the cliff. No one could come up from behind without crashing through dry brush and snapping branches. The front side dropped off too sharply for anyone to sneak up. The only way to that bench was up a narrow game trail to the left, where deer or elk had worn a path up from the creek side. That trail was steep and covered in loose rock. If anything used it at night, I'd hear it. It felt safe in a physical way, but not in a mental one. Something about that silence was crawling under my skin. Still, I made camp, boiled water, ate, cleaned up everything, and stowed my gear properly. I messaged my family, sat quietly, and watched the trees darken around me. I tried to enjoy it, but it didn't feel right. The bench was too still, like the land was holding its breath. I turned in just after sunset. No campfire. I rarely make one when solo unless I really need it. I trust my tent, my gear, my lights. I don't need flames to feel secure. And this night was cold and damp. Fire wouldn't have added much comfort. At first I slept fine. The stillness outside was deep and total. No wind, no animals, just that trickle of water down the creek, far enough away to be soft. It was pitch black, new moon, thick clouds overhead. The canopy above blocked even starlight. Inside the tent, my headlamp was the only source of light I had. I clicked it off, curled into my bag, and dozed off. Hours passed. I don't know how many. I don't sleep with a watch or clock in front of me when I'm out there. What woke me up was light, bright, white light pouring through the fabric of my tent like a spotlight. For a second, I thought it was morning and I'd overslept. But the light was too white, too direct, and it didn't feel natural. It was like someone was pointing a floodlight straight at me from outside. I didn't hesitate. My first thought wasn't ghosts or anything supernatural. My first thought was human. Maybe a grow-op lookout or some random hunter or someone even worse. My second thought was, he's too close, and he found me silently. That meant trouble. I unzipped the tent fast, ready to bolt or fight, and scrambled out into the cold night. The light vanished the second I opened the tent. The woods were black again, so black I couldn't even see the edges of the bench at first. I switched on my flashlight, a powerful LED beam, and swept it around the area. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Not a single branch shaking. No rustling in the brush. If someone had climbed the trail, they'd have made noise. Same if they ran away. The brush was thick, the rocks were loose. You can't sneak around out there without giving yourself away. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, heart pounding, scanning the trees. Still no sound. Just me and the faint trickle of water far below. Then, off through the trees, maybe 100 feet away, maybe more, I saw a faint glow. It wasn't a flashlight. It didn't move or blink like a headlamp would. It looked like a white shimmer, flickering low between the tree trunks. Dim but visible, like distant car headlights passing behind fog. Except I was miles from the nearest road. It pulsed, shimmered, then disappeared. I waited for a sound. A twig snap. A footfall. Nothing. Eventually, I backed into the tent and zipped it shut, keeping my light on. I didn't sleep again. I sat there in my bag with my knife in one hand and my beacon in the other, ready to call for help if I heard anything else. But the night stayed dead silent. No animals, no wind. Nothing. The weirdest part? No dew formed on my tent or gear. Usually in that kind of environment, everything's soaked by dawn, but stayed dry. Not a drop of condensation. When morning finally came, the forest didn't wake up. No birds started singing. No squirrels scrambled through the canopy. No bugs clicked or chirped or buzzed. I stepped out of the tent into a still world. My boot soles were the only sound. The brush didn't sway. The creek trickled quietly, like it had been playing the same 5-second loop all night. I checked for tracks, human, animal, anything. There was nothing on the trail leading up. No crushed leaves, no prints in the soft patches. The area where I'd seen the glow had no markings at all. No broken branches. No unusual depressions. I packed up without eating. I didn't want to linger. Something about that bench, about that stretch of woods, felt empty and wrong. Not haunted, just not alive. I hiked out fast, ignoring the plan I'd made for a second night deeper in. I wasn't scared exactly, but I didn't want to test whatever that place was trying to tell me. I've been in areas where nature's voice is loud and joyful. That wasn't this place. It was a silence that didn't want company. I never found an explanation. I checked for old power lines, weather balloons, even hidden trail cameras or Forest Service installations. Nothing. Later, I told another ranger about it, and he nodded slowly but didn't say much. Just one of those places, he said. Sometimes the land doesn't want you there. I never reported it officially. Nothing illegal happened. No one threatened me. No one even appeared. But I never went back to that bench. Even now, when I drive the forest roads near that part of the rim, I won't hike in more than a couple miles. There are other places to visit, places that breathe and move and welcome you in. That bench wasn't one of them, and I still don't know what caused the light. Maybe it was an odd reflection or a weird kind of fungus bloom, some natural phenomenon I've never heard of. But even if that's the case, it doesn't explain the silence or the way the forest stayed asleep long after the sun rose. That trip taught me something. Not all danger comes with a warning sound. Sometimes the most serious warnings are silent. You just have to be quiet enough to notice. And trust me, I noticed. I'll never camp on that bench again. I'm not one to scare easy. I've spent most of my adult life outdoors, and even before that, the woods were more of a second home to me than anything else. I grew up in Northern California with endless access to timberland and wild country, and by the time I hit my 20s, I'd already hunted elk in the Rockies, tracked cougars in Oregon, and spent weeks alone deep in the Sierras. The forest makes sense to me. I can read it the way most people read a street sign or the front page of a newspaper. So when I say something was off that weekend at Sopiago Springs, I'm not guessing. I know what I felt. El Dorado National Forest had always been our go-to spot. My buddies and I had a handful of camps we rotated through, but there was one stretch along Sopiago Creek that we came back to again and again. It wasn't on any maps, no signs, no traffic, and that was the way we liked it. You had to hike in a couple miles with no trail, cutting through brush and pushing through elevation, but the payoff was a beautiful flat next to the creek. The water was always cold and clean, crawdads everywhere, and enough game wandering the ridgelines to make things interesting. It wasn't paradise, but it was close enough. That trip started like all the others. It was early fall, still warm during the day, but the nights were starting to bite a little. I think it was late September. We planned to do a 3-day forage trip, just to change things up from our usual routine. That meant going light. We each packed an MRE or two in case things didn't pan out, but the plan was to live off the land. We brought basic gear: rifles, tarps, knives, fishing line, water filters, and a few beers we tossed in the creek to chill. Nothing fancy. That was part of the point. Strip it down to the basics, rely on what we could pull from the woods. There were 4 of us on that trip. Me, 2 friends I'd known since high school, and one guy they'd brought along who I didn't know that well. He seemed fine enough. Quiet. Smart. Maybe a little more jumpy than the rest of us, but not the kind to complain. The first day went smooth. Weather was good, game trails were active, and we managed to catch a squirrel and half a dozen decent-sized crawdads out of the stream. Combined with some tubers we dug up and a few MRE sides, it was a good meal. After that, we built the fire up, cracked a few beers, and just sat around listening to the creek run while the woods settled into night. That first night, I slept like a rock. Full belly, warm fire, no signs of anything dangerous in the area. But when I woke up the next morning, something was off. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just a feeling in my chest like pressure. The air felt heavier. The woods were too still. I know how that sounds to someone who hasn't spent time in the deep forest, but once you've been out long enough, you learn to notice the baseline. The normal rustling of birds, the scamper of squirrels, the constant background music of a living forest. That morning, all of that was gone. No calls from a jays. No chirps, no rustles, no motion in the canopy. Nothing but the trickle of the stream and the wind. And even the wind felt too soft, like it didn't want to disturb anything. That quiet wasn't peaceful. It was wrong. I didn't say anything out loud. I didn't want to spook the others, and honestly, I figured it might just be me overthinking things. But by midday, that tension in my gut hadn't left. We went about our business, gathered more firewood, scouted some berry patches up the hill, even tried to flush out a few quail. But I could feel it growing, that sense of being watched, not by something passing through, not by a predator hunting food, but by something smart, focused. I felt that feeling a few times in my life, mostly when I've accidentally gotten too close to a big cat. There's a difference between paranoia and instinct, and that day, my instincts were loud. I started looking over my shoulder more than usual, sticking tighter to the others, listening constantly. The weirdest thing was we weren't seeing fresh signs of anything. No scat, no tracks, no birds flushed from underbrush. The forest looked like it had been frozen. No movement, no life, no sound. I can't stress enough how unnatural that is, even for fall. Even when animals are hunkering down, they don't all vanish. When the sun started to dip and shadows stretched long, my buddies decided to head upriver to check out a spot they thought might have some wild onions. I was tired and wanted to tend the fire, so I stayed back at camp. We hadn't packed headlamps stupidly. Only 2 regular flashlights, and they took both, leaving me with nothing but the fire and the stars. At first it was peaceful. I stoked the fire, adjusted the rocks around it, and stacked up more wood. The sky turned pink and orange behind the trees, and I sat back, poking at the coals, waiting for them to return. But as full night dropped, the feeling in my chest spiked. That pressure doubled, like something unseen was stepping closer with each passing minute. I started hearing faint noises then, low and soft. Not quite voices, not quite words. Almost like distant mumbling. At first, I thought it might be my buddies carrying on up the stream, but the sounds were coming from the opposite direction. From downriver, deep in the trees where it was pitch dark. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of it, but it was too faint, too buried in the wind. I got up and moved a few steps toward the tree lean, rifle slung over my shoulder. Every instinct in me screamed to stay close to the fire, so I did. I kept feeding wood into it, letting the flames climb higher. Then I saw it. About 50 yards out, just past where the firelight faded into shadow, something moved. I caught it out of the corner of my eye and spun toward it, raising the rifle to my shoulder. I clicked the safety off, set my cheek to the stock, and peered through the scope. What I saw made my stomach go cold. It looked human. Kind of. But it was low to the ground, on all fours, with its limbs splayed wide like a spider. Its arms were long, way too long, and its movement didn't match anything I'd seen before. It was fast, but the way it loped forward reminded me more of a gorilla than anything else. Just a blur of limbs and pale skin moving through the underbrush, and then it vanished again into the trees. I held the rifle steady for a long time, scanning, waiting for another glimpse. But the thing was gone. The woods were silent again. Except now, every few minutes, I'd hear rustling. Light, quick, just enough to make me spin around, to squint into the dark, and try to spot motion. But I never saw it again, not clearly. Just flashes of movement at the edge of vision. Always just beyond the reach of the firelight. Always circling, stalking. I stayed like that for nearly an hour. Just me, the fire, and the growing sense that I wasn't alone. I had that rifle clutch so tight my hands went numb. At some point, I started whispering to myself. Not prayers, not anything specific. Just nonsense. The way people do when they're trying not to lose it. When my buddies came back, I nearly jumped out of my skin. They could see it on my face right away. I looked like a wreck. They asked what happened, and I told them straight. I laid out everything I saw, everything I heard, and they didn't laugh. They didn't scoff. They just nodded, grim-faced. One of them said they'd come back early because they started hearing the same noises, the same whispering, the same rustling. No one wanted to talk much after that. We built the fire as high as we could and set up a rotating watch schedule. No one slept. Not one of us. We sat there, rifles in our laps, staring out into the dark while the flames cracked and popped. Nothing ever came close again, but the sounds never fully stopped. That weird whispering, that rustle of movement. Once just before dawn, I swore I saw something crouched in a tree. But when I looked again, it was gone. As soon as there was enough light to see, we packed up camp in silence. No one talked. No one joked. We just broke everything down fast and got out. I didn't stop looking over my shoulder until we were 2 miles clear and halfway back to the trucks. We never went back to that spot again. Not once. Not even to check it out in daylight. None of us wanted to. I've thought about that trip a lot over the years. I tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was a deformed bear. Maybe it was a messed up person living out there. Maybe our minds played tricks on us. But I've been in the woods my whole life. I know what animals look like. I know what sounds trees make. And that weekend wasn't normal. There was something out there. Something that watched us. Something that knew how to stay hidden, how to move quiet, and how to scare a group of seasoned outdoorsmen half to death without ever getting close. Whatever it was, I never want to see it again. And I've never camped in El Dorado since. Not once. Not ever. I had been on the road for most of the morning, coming down from Jackson where I was attending a regional Park Service meeting. Nothing fancy, just a seasonal debrief with other rangers across the state. After the meeting wrapped up, I still had a few days left on my summer assignment rotation, and I decided to spend the afternoon checking out the Vicksburg battlefield. I had never been, and though I wasn't on duty, I always liked to stop at historic sites. It helps me stay connected with the job. Not just trees and trails, but history too. After I checked into a small hotel off Clay Street, I grabbed a sandwich and drove over to the visitor center. I paid the $12 fee and took a paper map from the front counter. The woman there was friendly but seemed distracted, maybe from the heat or maybe from the sheer repetition of working there every day. She pointed me in the direction of the auto tour loop and said it should take about 90 minutes if I followed the signs and stopped at the major sites. It was hot, thick Mississippi heat, the kind that sticks to you like glue. My truck's AC was struggling to keep up as I rolled past rows of monuments and markers. There were big stone structures honoring the different states, mostly Union ones in the first stretch. The land undulated in a strange way. Deep cuts in the earth, little ridges and valleys that seemed unnaturally sharp. It didn't take long to see that this place wasn't just scenic. It had been carved up by artillery, by trenches, by the boots of men who lived and died in this stretch of forested ground. I was in no rush, just easing along at maybe 10 miles an hour. I stopped a few times to read plaques, snap a few pictures. One thing that struck me was the quiet. No highway sounds, no birds even, just the buzz of cicadas and the occasional rustle of trees. It felt hollow in some spots, like the air itself was holding its breath. After about 20 minutes of driving, I came to a rise in the road where a Union artillery piece was mounted facing what would have been the Confederate lines. It was a classic Civil War cannon, the kind I'd seen in dozens of parks. It sat on a small, cleared hilltop, just outside a dense thicket of trees and brush. I pulled over to the side of the loop and got out, wiping my forehead with a rag before grabbing my camera. There wasn't anyone else around. No other cars, no sounds of movement. Just the heat pressing in from all directions. I walked toward the cannon, noticing how well preserved it was. The wheels had been treated, the metal shined. It wasn't a replica. This was the real thing, set in concrete to keep it steady. I crouched low, took a few photos from different angles, then walked around behind the piece to get a shot of the barrel facing forward. That's when I turned toward the woods and paused. Something was off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. The trees were thick, mostly oak and some younger saplings, with brush that had grown wild since the last time a mower or maintenance crew had cleared it out. But there was a narrow opening in the vegetation that didn't look natural, like someone had pushed through it. Not recently, but often enough that a faint trail was worn into the ground. I moved closer to the tree line and peered in. The air was cooler under the canopy, not by much, but enough to notice. I couldn't see far, just shapes, shadows, and that faint path cutting in deeper. I'm not the kind of person who jumps to conclusions, and I've worked around forests long enough to know that most strange paths are just deer trails or runoff channels. Still, something about it didn't sit right. I stepped in, careful not to trip over the roots. The path curved a little, then dipped downward. I followed it maybe 20 or 30 feet until I came to a small depression in the ground. A shallow ditch, maybe 2 feet deep, running parallel to the tree line. It looked too uniform to be natural. At first I thought maybe it was a remnant trench, and I bent down to inspect the earth. That's when I saw it. Not a ghost, not a phantom, but a set of footprints in the mud. Fresh, maybe a day old at most. The weird thing was how deep they were. Not just a casual walkthrough. Whoever made them was heavy or carrying weight. The tracks led along the trench, then disappeared behind a screen of brush. My gut told me to leave it alone. I wasn't on duty. I didn't have any gear with me. No radio, no GPS, not even a first aid kit. But curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the trail a bit further, just to see where it led. I told myself it was probably just a reenactor or a maintenance guy who'd gone off path. But something was nagging at me. This wasn't part of the tour route. The brush thickened and the path narrowed. I had to duck under branches and step carefully between patches of poison ivy. The smell changed too. Less pine, more rot. Something earthy, almost sour. I kept going, feeling the air grow stiller, heavier. Then I came to another clearing. It was small, maybe 15 feet across, ringed by trees, and completely hidden from the road. In the center was an old canvas tent, faded brown, stained in places, with one corner collapsing inward. Next to it was a rusted lantern, a plastic cooler, and what looked like a sleeping bag rolled out on a tarp. I stopped cold. This wasn't official. No one with the Park Service would camp in the middle of the battlefield, and certainly not without tagging the area. I looked around, listening. No voices, no movement, but I felt watched. I stepped closer, carefully. The tent flap was half open. I bent down and peeked inside. Inside was a small cot, empty. A few paperbacks stacked on the floor, one of them torn in half. A metal cup, a dirty plate, and a hunting knife stabbed into a block of wood. There were no electronics, no phone, no flashlight, just old-school gear. What really got me, though, was the smell. Not just rotten out, something sharper. The coppery scent of blood. I pulled back and scanned the clearing again. That's when I saw the wire. It was thin, barely visible, stretched low between two trees. A tripwire, connected to what looked like a makeshift alarm. An empty tin with nails inside, rigged to rattle if triggered. There was another one further back, tied to a string of small bells. Someone had gone to great effort to stay hidden. That's when my heart started racing. This wasn't a camper. This was someone hiding. And not just hiding, but watching. Preparing. I slowly backed out of the clearing and returned the way I came, trying not to disturb anything. My mind was moving fast. Why was someone living out here? There were shelters in town. The park had clear regulations. No camping outside of designated sites. Whoever this was didn't want to be found. As I reached the edge of the thicket again, I heard it. A rustle behind me. Not an animal. Too heavy. I didn't turn around. I just walked faster, then jogged until I was back by the cannon. I got in my truck and locked the doors, heart pounding. I looked back at the trees, but saw nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was just out of view, watching from a shade. I drove straight to the ranger station near the visitor center and reported what I saw. The ranger on duty, an older guy named Crawford, listened quietly, then picked up the phone and called the district supervisor. They took it seriously. Within an hour, a small team was heading out to check the site. I didn't go with them. I waited in the station, sipping cold water and trying to calm down. When they returned, their faces were tight. They confirmed the camp, said it had been there for weeks, maybe longer. The occupant was gone, vanished without a trace. But they found other things too. Maps of the park, hand-drawn with routes marked in red. Notations about patrols. Photos, not tourist stuff. Surveillance. Some of the pictures were of visitors. Others were of rangers. One of them was me, taken earlier that day from behind the cannon. That night, they closed off a section of the battlefield and brought in federal law enforcement. They didn't release many details, but a quiet bulletin went out to parks across the state. Stay alert. Report any unauthorized camps. No exceptions. I never learned exactly who had been living in that clearing or what they were planning. Some said it was just a disturbed man, maybe a veteran who'd slipped through cracks. Others thought it might have been something worse. Someone scouting the park for reasons that had nothing to do with history. Either way, I never went back to that cannon. What haunts me isn't what I saw. It's what I almost didn't see. A thin wire, a faint trail, a moment of stillness that felt wrong. There are no ghosts at Vicksburg, not the kind people talk about. But that doesn't mean it's not haunted. Some places carry the weight of violence long after the fighting stops. And sometimes, the most dangerous things aren't buried in the past. They're walking right behind you. I took a seasonal ranger job at Indian Mound Reservation in Wisconsin a few years back. I've been working for the Department of Natural Resources for a while already, and when the posting came up to help manage the off-season maintenance and security for IMR during the fall months, I volunteered right away. I figured it would be an easy few months before winter hit hard, and I liked the idea of working somewhere quiet. Less campers meant more time outside without people getting in the way. Indian Mound Reservation, or IMR, is different from most places I've worked. It's quiet, sure, but the silence feels heavier out there. It's built around dozens of ancient Native American burial mounds, soft rises in the earth scattered through the forest and clearings. They're not always easy to notice at first. They look like natural berms or gentle hills, but when you pay attention to their size and shape, you realize they were built with care. Some are long and narrow, some are oval, others round. There's a stillness around them I've never quite been able to put into words. When I first got there, I tried to treat it like any other park. I'd get up before sunrise, check the boundary trails, look for storm damage, pick up any garbage left behind by careless visitors. It was early October, and most of the trees had already begun to turn. Reds, yellows, and oranges littered the ground. Most days I wouldn't see another person unless I drove into town for supplies. There's a main lodge at IMR, but for most of the season, I slept out in one of the canvas platform tents near the back edge of the campgrounds. I liked it better out there, away from the creaking building, away from the water heater that never stopped groaning. The platform tents were raised about a foot off the ground, solid plywood floors, canvas stretched tight over aluminum frames. They didn't keep out the cold at night, but I brought a 0-degree bag and some wool layers, so I stayed warm enough. The first few nights were uneventful. Cool air, dry leaves, and the distant sounds of owls or coyotes. But on the fourth night, something changed. I'd gone to bed just before 9, right after finishing some leftover chili I'd heated on my small camp stove. The air had a wetness to it that night. Not quite rain, just damp. The leaves had softened. That mattered later. At some point deep in the night, no idea what time it was, I woke up suddenly. Not to a loud noise, not to a dream, but to silence. That kind of thick silence where your brain is screaming that something is wrong even before you understand why. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not the sharp crunch of boots on dry leaves. This was different. Slower. Like someone was dragging their feet. Shuffle step. Pause. Shuffle step again. The sound moved across the leaf-covered ground just outside my tent. I held my breath and listened. The steps circled the tent once, then stopped directly in front of the flap that served as a door. I could hear the weight of whatever was shift slightly. Not heavy, not light either, just average. Then it turned. The drag of feet reversed direction, circling the tent again the other way. Always slow, always with that slight hesitation, like it was listening as well, feeling its way around me. I didn't move, not at first. Just lay there with my eyes wide open, staring at the curve of the canvas above me in the dark. My arms were still inside my sleeping bag, zipped up to my chin. I turned my head slightly and followed the sound, trying to track it as it moved again. Around, then pause, then back again. I don't know how long it went on. Could have been 10 minutes. Could have been an hour. I didn't check my watch. I didn't want to make noise. Eventually, it stopped. Not abruptly. The steps just faded away into the woods. I didn't hear them grow distant. They just stopped. Gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Just lay there with my heart tapping like a woodpecker in my chest, staring into the dark and listening. I waited until the first sliver of gray light touched the canvas. Then I got up, dressed quickly, and stepped outside. Everything looked normal. Nothing disturbed. No broken branches. No marks in the leaves that I could see. But the forest felt off. I've spent years in the woods. I know when something is different. That morning, the stillness had weight to it. The birds took longer to start up their calls. Even the squirrels and chipmunks stayed out of sight. I told myself it could have been a deer, maybe even a raccoon, something that didn't mind being close to humans. But that dragging sound, that wasn't how animals move. It was too consistent, too purposeful. The pauses by the tent door were the part that stuck with me. Not sniffing or scratching, just standing, like it was thinking. That day, I walked the perimeter of the camp. Checked for tracks. Looked for signs of people or animals. Nothing stood out. I even drove out to the main access road, thinking maybe someone had wandered in. No vehicles, no prints, nothing. The next night, I decided to stay in the tent again. I considered moving to the lodge, but told myself I was overthinking, trying to stay calm, trying not to let my imagination take over. I didn't even hear a branch snap that night, just the soft groan of trees moving in the wind and the quiet rustle of leaves now and then. But I barely slept. By the third night, I was exhausted. I took some melatonin, put in foam earplugs, and finally got a few solid hours. But when I woke up, I found something I hadn't expected. About 20 feet from my tent, on the softest patch of damp leaves, I found what looked like an impression. Not a footprint exactly. No tread pattern. Just a faint, flat area about the size of a shoe. Not deep, but still clear enough that I knew it hadn't been there the day before. It wasn't a game trail. There were no other marks around it. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I didn't feel scared at that moment. Just confused and tired. Like my brain didn't want to try and make sense of anything anymore. I kicked at the leaves to scatter them, then walked the rest of the clearing. Found nothing else. I moved into the lodge that night. It didn't feel any warmer, just different. The windows creaked when the wind picked up, and the walls seemed to settle with sighs and groans throughout the night. But I didn't hear any steps. No shuffling, no dragging. About a week later, I got a call that a couple of hikers had wandered into a closed trail near the old section of burial mounds. I was sent to check it out. When I got there, I found them already on their way out, apologizing for missing the signs. They said they'd gotten turned around and just followed a trail that looked like it was in use. Thing is, that trail hadn't been cleared in years. I knew because I'd walked it a few days after arriving and it was overgrown badly. Fallen limbs, washed out sections. But when I walked it again after the hikers left, I found something strange. The trail had been cleared, not with tools, not fully, but someone or something had moved enough brush aside to make a path. Some branches were snapped at waist height. Others were bent back, like someone had made their way through there more than once recently. The rest of my time there passed quietly. I stayed in the lodge, followed my usual routine, avoided the tent sites at night. I did my work and tried not to overthink things. But I never slept easy again. Not there. Before leaving at the end of the season, I walked one last time through the woods, down the path between the mounds. I didn't bring anything with me. No radio, no GPS. Just walked. The air was heavy that day, wet and still. The kind of air that presses against your ears and makes the world feel smaller. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, but I never shook the feeling that something was there. Not watching, just near. I finished my walk and didn't look back. I worked at a lot of parks since then. National forests, state lands, preserves. Places with real dangers. Bears, moose, even one time a mountain lion that came way too close for comfort. But nothing has stuck with me the way that job at IMAR did. Not because of anything I saw, but because of what I heard. Those slow, dragging steps. That pause by the tent door. And the way they just disappeared into the woods, silent, careful, like they belonged there more than I ever did. I still think about it now and then, mostly when I'm alone and the wind dies down and the world gets quiet again. I've got no good explanation, nothing that fits cleanly. Could have been a lost hiker, could have been a local messing with me, could have been a dozen rational things. But deep down, I don't think it was any of those, and I don't think I'll ever go back. I've been a park ranger for over 12 years now. That job title carries with it a lot of quiet, boring moments, long hours of hiking trails, filling out reports, fixing broken trail signs, helping lost hikers, shoveling out latrines, and dealing with the kind of questions that make you question humanity's grip on common sense. But sometimes things get strange. And I'm not talking about supernatural things. I'm not that kind of person. What I mean is the kind of strange that's real, the kind that you feel in your bones before you ever see it. This is one of those stories, and I still think about it more often than I care to admit. It was late spring, just warming up enough that people started trickling into the backcountry again. My assignment that week was to survey a remote stretch of hill country on the eastern side of the park. It's not a tourist-heavy part, steep grades, uneven ground, and not a whole lot of scenic payoff for the average visitor. But that also meant it was a perfect place to spot illegal campsites, dump trash, or off-season hunting blinds. I had to hike a few ridgelines, check some game cams, and verify that all trail markers were still up and visible. I brought my dog, Gracie, with me. She's a 6-year-old black lab mix, calm as they come. She's been with me through every kind of terrain, snow fields, rattlesnake country, mosquito-infested swamps, you name it. She doesn't startle easy. If she reacts to something, I pay attention. That morning, she was fine, eager to get out, bouncing in the truck as we drove the long dirt road that wound through the foothills. It was about 9:30 a.m. when I parked at the base of the old logging access road where I planned to start my climb. The plan was simple. Hike up the hill on foot, check 3 camp stations spaced along the ridgeline, then circle back down along the opposite side. I had packed light, just a hydration pack, notebook, GPS, and a basic first aid kit. We started walking, Gracie out ahead like always, trotting along, sniffing the edges of the trail. The climb started out normal. Quiet woods, light breeze, just the sound of birds and the occasional chipmunk skittering through the underbrush. But maybe 20 minutes in, I noticed Gracie acting weird. She slowed down, ears back. Her nose twitched constantly, and she started looking behind us more than ahead. At first, I chalked it up to the scent of an animal. Maybe a fox or coyote had passed through. But then her hackles went up. Now, I've seen her raise her hackles before. Once when we got too close to a bear den by accident, and once when a bobcat came out on the trail ahead of us. But there was no growl either of those times. This time, she started grumbling. Not full-out barking. Just this low, deep growl in her chest. A warning, but not directed at anything I could see. I stopped walking, scanned the woods, listened. Nothing. Just the wind moving through the pines. I stood still for a minute, waiting. Gracie was still rigid. She kept facing uphill, then snapping her head to the side like she was hearing something. Her nose lifted, tail low and still. Then I heard it. Voices. Male voices, more than one, somewhere ahead of us. But I couldn't make out the words. Just tones like people talking close by, muffled and sharp at the same time. It sounded like they were just around the next bend in the trail. I assumed it was other hikers. Maybe guys working illegally on a hunting blind or someone setting up an unregistered camp. Nothing unusual, except I couldn't understand a single word. And the cadence was strange, too fast at times, then too slow. Like the sound was being stretched or warped somehow. I walked a few steps forward, trying to get a better sense of where it was coming from. The trail zigzagged up through a thick grove of cedar and pine, visibility blocked in all directions. Gracie refused to follow. She dug her feet in and let out one sharp bark. She never does that. I stopped again. The voices had stopped too. Everything went dead quiet. No wind, no birds, just silence. That's the part that really got to me. Total silence in the woods is rare. Even on the quietest days, you'll hear insects, bird song, rustling leaves. This was nothing, like everything was holding its breath. I called Gracie back and waited a few minutes. The silence dragged on. Then the voices came back. Same spot, same strange muffled rhythm. I looked around again, tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were on a side trail, and the hill was bouncing sound in a weird way. That's not unheard of. Hills and trees can create strange echo chambers. But I've been here before. I knew this stretch of land. There was no side trail nearby, just dense woods. I decided to go another 50 yards or so, just to see if I could get a look at whoever it was. Gracie wouldn't come. She just stood there, tail down, hackles still up, growling. So I went alone. The trail curved to the right, uphill and into thicker trees. I moved slow, careful with my steps. The voices kept fading in and out. They never got clearer. It was maddening, hearing them just out of reach. Not loud, but not faint either. I could feel them more than hear them, like they were meant for my ears but not my understanding. I made it another 40 yards before I stopped again. There was a narrow clearing up ahead where one of the old ranger boundary posts stood. I'd marked it on my map. That clearing should have given me a clear view of anything happening nearby. But when I got there, there was nothing. No tents, no people, no signs of recent passage. And the voices stopped again. I looked back down the trail. Gracie was still at the last bend, watching me like a statue. That's when the gut feeling hit me. Something was wrong. Not dangerous in the obvious way. No predators, no immediate threat, but off. Like being in someone else's house when you know you're not supposed to be there. Like you'd opened a door that should have stayed closed. I started back down toward Gracie, slow and steady. The air felt heavy, like the trees were holding something in. And I realized something else. My heart was beating faster than normal. I was sweating, even though the climb hadn't been that hard. Gracie met me halfway back, and as soon as I turned toward the trailhead, she stuck right by my side. We didn't run, but we didn't take our time either. And those voices, they followed us. Not constantly, but in waves. Always right around the next bend, or just behind the ridge, or on the other side of a cluster of trees. Always male, always indistinct, always too close for comfort. The strangest part was that they never said anything I could actually hear. It wasn't just the words I couldn't make out. It was like they weren't speaking in any real language. Just sound, as if they were mimicking the shape of speech without saying anything at all. Gracie never stopped growling. Not once. When we made it back to the truck, I threw open the tailgate, and she jumped in without hesitation. I didn't bother with my usual routine of logging the GPS tracks or writing up my notes right away. I just started the engine and pulled out fast. I drove for at least 15 minutes before the tension started to fade. The further I got from that hillside, the more normal everything felt. Earth came back. The weight in the air lifted. Gracie laid down and sighed, like she'd been holding her breath the entire time. When I got back to the ranger station, I wrote it up as a routine patrol, no major incidents, minor wildlife activity, no camps located. I didn't mention the voices. I didn't mention the way my dog acted. What was I supposed to say? I heard a bunch of male voices in the woods, but couldn't see anyone. I'd be laughed out of the department or flagged for stress leave. But I did one thing. I pulled up the map of that area and compared it to some older topographic records. That's when I found something I hadn't seen before. About 80 yards from where I'd turn around, hidden by elevation and thick tree cover, there was an old collapsed homestead. The property wasn't part of any trail system anymore. The only reason I found it was because of a faded mark on a 1954 land survey. No one had been assigned to inspect it in decades. I thought about going back. I even loaded my truck a week later and started driving out that way. But Gracie refused to get out of the cab when we reached the access road. She just stared up that same trail with the same quiet growl in her chest. I turned around, drove away again, and I've never gone back since. Whatever was up there that day, people, sound echo, illegal hunters, squatters, or was something else entirely, wasn't something I needed to understand. Maybe there's a normal explanation. Maybe it was all tricks of sound and nervous instincts. But I trust my gut, and I trust my dog. Something was wrong up there, and sometimes the smartest thing you can do in the woods is just to leave. And I did. I've been working as a park ranger for about 9 years now. In those years, I've dealt with all kinds of strange things. Missing hikers, lost kids, illegal hunters, drifters setting up camp deep off trail. Most of the time, it's stuff that makes sense once you think about it long enough. You could trace it back to human behavior, or animals, or weather. But there's one night that happened a couple summers ago that still sticks with me. Not because I think it was supernatural, but because I know it wasn't. That somehow makes it worse. I was working in a mid-sized forest park out in Northern California. Not one of the super remote ones, but still big enough that you could go miles without seeing another person. Lots of dense woods, some open meadow areas, and plenty of designated campgrounds scattered through it. Some were the more developed kind, with picnic tables, water spigots, and outhouses. Others were primitive, just cleared patches of dirt and fire rings made from rocks. That summer, I was stationed closer to the southern side of the park, working the campgrounds and trails, helping visitors, keeping people safe, and making sure no one was trashing the place. I had a few days off coming up, and one of my buddies from town, Jeff, who I'd known since college, wanted to come up and camp with a couple other friends. Jeff had always liked nature, but he wasn't outdoorsy like me, more of a casual hiker. He wanted to come up, drink some beer, cook on the fire, maybe hike a couple short trails. We figured it'd be fun. I cleared it with my supervisor so we could stay in one of the unused sites off a loop trail I was responsible for. I knew it was safe, had a decent flat area for tents, and it was a little more private than the busy, car-accessible campgrounds. There was a vault toilet about a quarter-mile away down the trail, but otherwise, no one was out there. We hiked in mid-afternoon, set up camp, and by sundown we had the fire going. Just me, Jeff, and two of his co-workers, Mike and Andrew. They were all right guys. Drank a bit too much for being out in the woods, but nothing I couldn't handle. I made it clear I wasn't on duty, but I wasn't going to let anyone act stupid either. We had hot dogs, some snacks, beers, just easy stuff. As it got darker, we all got a little buzzed, sat around the fire, told stories, usual campfire stuff. Around 10 p.m., my stomach started to act up. Not a little, but bad enough I knew I had to go use the toilet. I always pack in TP and sanitizer just in case, but since there was a proper vault toilet down the trail, I figured I'd walk it. It was about a quarter mile from our camp, maybe a 5 or 6 minute walk in daylight. But this was deep woods, no moonlight, no ambient city glow. When the sun sets out there, it gets black. I took my headlamp, told the guys I was going to take care of business, and headed out alone. The trail was familiar to me. I knew where the splits were, where the overhanging branches were, where the logs were to step over. I took my time, shining my light ahead and watching the edges of the trail. About halfway there, I noticed something strange. There was another path leading off to the side, a narrow foot trail to an unused primitive site about 50 yards off the main one. And coming from that path, I saw someone step out. At first I thought it might be another camper I didn't know about, but then I recognized the way they walked. It was Jeff. Jeff had this kind of lazy, off-balance gait. One foot turned out more than the other. The way he moved, you could spot it from a mile away. Even in the dark, his body shape and the way he walked gave him away. But something didn't add up. He stepped onto the main path ahead of me, looked back once, and kept walking away like he hadn't seen me. I called out, saying something like, "Hey man, what are you doing out here?" But he didn't reply. Just kept walking down the path, same direction I was headed. It was weird. Why had he come from that unused site? He didn't have a flashlight. It was pitch black, but I wasn't panicked. I just figured maybe he had to piss and went looking for privacy, or he was drunk and wandering around. I picked up my pace, figuring I'd catch up. Then he turned his head and said something that threw me off. "Why are you following me?" He was about 40 feet ahead. I called out again, telling him I was just going to the toilet, same as I'd told the group. I asked why he'd come from that other site, but he didn't stop. He just picked up his pace a little. I kept walking, and he kept staying ahead, always turning his head back, always asking the same thing. "Why are you following me?" I didn't know what the hell was going on. It wasn't like Jeff to be weird like that. He could be sarcastic, but this felt different. I kept trying to talk to him, but he just kept moving. Then, a few hundred feet from the toilet building, he disappeared around a bend. I got to the building, no sign of him. I walked around it, even shined my light into the tree line, thinking maybe he stepped off the path. Nothing, just quiet woods and the faint smell of the vault toilet. I figured he must have gone back or was messing with me. Either way, I went in, did what I needed to do, and started walking back. The walk back was quiet. The trees felt taller somehow. I kept thinking I'd hear a twig snap or footsteps, but there was nothing. When I got back to camp, everyone was still around the fire. Jeff was sitting there, drinking a beer, laughing with the other guys. I stared at him for a long second. He wasn't out of breath. No sign he just walked nearly half a mile in the dark. I asked him why he'd been out by the unused site. He gave me this confused look and swore he hadn't left camp. Mike and Andrew backed him up, said he hadn't moved. I wanted to believe it was a prank, but if it was a damn good one. There's no way he could have doubled back that fast without me seeing or hearing him. And that voice, those words, wasn't playful. It was flat, cold. Still, I let it go. Maybe it was a little buzzed. Maybe I imagined more than what really happened. We stayed up another hour or so, then all turned in. The night was warm still, the kind of night where the woods hold their breath. I couldn't sleep though. I kept thinking about that figure, the way it moved, the way it mimicked Jeff so perfectly. Around 3 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. I didn't want to make the walk again, so I stepped out of my tent, headlamp off, and wandered a little way into the trees behind camp. I kept it close, maybe 20 feet, did what I needed, zipped up, and started walking back. That's when I heard it, the sound of a tent zipper. I stopped, listened. The zipper noise came again, soft but clear. I turned my head and saw movement near Jeff's tent. A shape stood up and stepped out. Again, it was Jeff. I stood there watching him. He looked like he was stretching or adjusting his shirt. Then he took a few steps toward the tree line, struck a lighter, and lit a cigarette. The flame lit up his face, his actual face. I could see the half squint he always made when the flint didn't catch. Then he pulled in a drag and just stood there. I stayed where I was, maybe 30 feet away, watching. He turned toward me and spoke. "Can you hear me?" His voice was low but firm. I answered. He said it again, louder this time. "Can you hear me?" This time it felt like a challenge. I replied again. He didn't respond, just shook his head a little, turned, and walked toward the cars we'd parked near the trailhead, about 100 feet away. I followed, not running, just walking steadily. He disappeared behind one of the vehicles. I figured he was going to piss or smoke in peace. But when I rounded the car, he was gone. Just gone. No crunching leaves, no door creaks, no more cigarette glow. I walked in circles, checked around the other cars, even called his name in a whisper. Nothing. So I walked back to camp, pissed and a little shaken. Jeff's tent was closed again. I got close enough to hear him snoring, light and rhythmic. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. By sunrise, I was still wide awake. The others got up, made coffee, joked about hangovers. I waited until I caught Jeff alone and asked if he'd gone out again around 3. He looked genuinely confused. Swore up and down he hadn't. Said he never woke up. He'd had 4 beers and crashed hard. I told him what I saw, what I heard. He didn't laugh, didn't make a joke, just looked at me and said, "I don't remember any of that, man." We packed up and hiked out that afternoon. I didn't say much the rest of the way. I kept replaying both incidents in my head. I kept thinking about how perfect the copy was. The walk, the voice, the mannerisms, all of it matched Jeff, but it wasn't him. I filed a quiet report when I got back. Just a note about strange activity near that unused site, asking for a check-in for the next patrol. I didn't write down what I really saw. What would I even say? Weeks passed, and nothing ever came of it. No other ranger ever reported seeing anything odd. No campers went missing. No bodies. No arrests. Just a strange night that I'll never forget. I still work here. Still take care of trails. Still talk to tourists. But I don't camp with friends in the park anymore. And I never, ever walk to the bathroom alone at night. I used to think I was the kind of person who didn't scare easy. I wasn't raised soft. I grew up in a small mountain town in Washington, surrounded by thick trees and fog and long silences that city people probably would have found unsettling. My dad was a logger, and he used to say, "The woods are honest. If you get scared, it's because you should be." I never really understood what he meant until much later. When I turned 23, I started camping solo, mostly in national forests and lesser-known state parks. I had 2 big dogs, one a black lab mix and the other a German shepherd, and they went everywhere with me. I didn't have much money back then, but I didn't need it. My gear was basic, mostly hand-me-downs or second-hand stuff, and I drove an old Toyota 4Runner with a sleeping platform I built in the back. What I liked most about solo camping was the silence. No one talking, no traffic, just me, the dogs, and the sounds of the forest. I worked odd jobs, trail maintenance in the summer, snow removal in winter, and I'd spend any time off deep in the woods. I camped up and down the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. Rain or shine, I'd load up the truck and drive until I found a spot where there were no other people around. I never used established campgrounds. I wanted solitude, real solitude. That's what I kept telling myself anyway. But the more time I spent out there, the more I started to notice things. At first, it was just small stuff. Nothing I could point at and say, "That's not right," but more like things that didn't feel right. And it wasn't just one experience. It was a series of little moments that started piling up. One of the first times I remember feeling off was in Olympic National Forest in Washington. I had parked down an old service road that barely looked drivable anymore. The trees were so dense on either side, I had to fold my side mirrors in to avoid clipping branches. After a few miles, I came to a clearing just big enough to pull off the road and set up camp. It was quiet. Not just, I'm in the forest quiet, but weirdly silent. No birds, no insects. Even the dogs, who usually chase smells around like maniacs, stuck close to me and didn't seem interested in exploring. That night, the lab started growling in his sleep. I figured he was dreaming, but then the shepherd got up, ears pinned back, and stood at the tent flap, sniffing the air. I sat up and unzipped the tent slowly. I couldn't see anything, just trees and darkness. No sound, no wind. But the shepherd wouldn't relax. He just stood there, growling deep in his chest like something was out there, watching us. I stayed awake until dawn. Nothing happened, but that strange silence never lifted. I left first thing in the morning. Another time, in Northern California, I was parked near a trailhead in Shasta Trinity. It was autumn, so the forest had this heavy, wet smell. Rotting leaves, damp earth, pine sap. I hiked in about 3 miles with the dogs and set up near a little creek. That night, I heard what sounded like voices. Just a few words here and there. Faint, not close. But I couldn't tell where they were coming from. They didn't get louder or closer. They just sort of drifted in and out like someone was talking far away and the sound was bouncing off the trees. The dogs were uneasy again. They didn't bark, but they kept pacing around camp, sniffing the air, staring into the trees. I got up, walked the perimeter with my headlamp, and didn't find anything. No other tents, no lights. Just forest. When I told my brother about that trip, he asked if I'd check for an old cabin or structure nearby. I hadn't. I didn't even want to. Something about the area just made my skin crawl, like I wasn't supposed to be there. One of the worst experiences I had happened about 2 years later. I was camping near the border of Oregon and California in the Klamath Mountains. There's a patch of land out there with no official trails, but you can reach it if you follow some old logging roads and hike a few miles. It's rough terrain, steep, rocky, with huge ferns and moss-covered trees. Very few people go out that far. I found a flat spot on a ridge and set up camp. It overlooked a small valley, and you could see for miles in every direction. That's part of why I picked it fewer blind spots. I'd started getting uneasy about camping deep in the forest, so I figured an open area would help me feel safer. I was wrong. That night, the dogs started acting up again. Not right away, but a few hours after sundown. The lab was pacing in tight circles and whining, which he never did. The shepherd was sitting stiff, staring out into the darkness. I had a fire going, but it didn't do much to make me feel safe. Around midnight, I heard something move through the trees down in the valley. It wasn't an animal crashing through brush. It was steady, deliberate, like footsteps. 2 at a time, then a pause. Then 2 more, and it kept coming. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it down the hill. I couldn't see anything, just the outlines of trees and shadows that shifted as I moved the beam. But the footsteps kept going. Then they stopped. That's when the lab barked. One loud, panic bark, then he ran back into the tent. The shepherd didn't move. He just stared downhill, ears back, lips peeled slightly. I didn't sleep. I sat up in my chair with a knife in my hand, and the fire stoked as high as I could get it. Whatever was down there never came closer, but it also never left. I could feel it. The next morning, I packed up at first light. When I got down into the valley to head back to the car, I found something strange. A ring of stones about 6 feet wide, and in the center was the skinned carcass of a deer. Not a fresh kill. The meat was there, but the hide was gone, peeled off clean. No blood around it. No prints. Just the stones and the deer. It didn't look like the work of a predator. It looked done, like someone placed it there. After that trip, I took a break from camping. I still hiked and went on day trips, but I stopped sleeping in the woods for a while. My nerves were shot. Every time I heard a snap in the trees, my body went stiff. The dogs were no better. They jumped at everything. It was around then that I started working for the Park Service. Trail maintenance first, then gradually more ranger work. I thought maybe if I made the woods my job, I could get more comfortable again. And for a while it worked. I was never alone. There were other rangers nearby, and I had radios and access to maps and equipment. I stuck to known areas, places with signs and rules and emergency access roads. But even in those places, weird things happened. One time, I was doing a backcountry sweep in a remote section of Mount Rainier National Park. It was early spring, snow still melting. My job was to check for downed trees, make sure the trail markers were still visible, and report anything unusual. About halfway through the sweep, I found a tarp strung up between two trees. It wasn't a camping spot, no fire pit, no tent, no sign of anyone living there. Just a blue tarp tied low to the ground, covering nothing. Underneath, it was a pile of rocks and a single boot. Not a pair, just one, caked in dried mud. I radioed it in, took photos, and left it in place for investigators. I never found out if they learned anything from it. Another time, up near Crater Lake, I came across what looked like a hunting blind, but it wasn't built right. It was made of tree branches and bark woven together. It looked almost like a hut. Inside were bones. Animal bones, probably deer, but arranged in strange little stacks like someone had been sorting them. Again, I reported it. Again, I never heard anything back. You start to wonder, after a while, if there are people out there living in the woods. Not homeless folks, not thru hikers, but something else. People who've gone off the grid. So far, they're not really people anymore, at least not in the usual way. People who don't want to be found, who don't like being seen. Or maybe it's just your mind trying to fill in the blanks. Try to explain the things that don't make sense. I still work as a ranger, but I don't camp alone anymore. Not even with the dogs. If I'm doing an overnight patrol, I sleep in the truck. Windows up, doors locked. Even then, I don't always sleep well. Sometimes when I'm parked out in the deep woods, I'll wake up in the middle of the night with the dogs staring at the same spot out the window. I'll look, and there's nothing there. But I've learned not to brush it off. I've learned to trust that feeling. The one that says, you're not alone. It's never one big thing. It's 100 little things that wear you down, that make you start watching the trees like they're watching you back. And the worst part? You never get answers. The forest doesn't give you answers. Just warnings. So if you're the kind of person who likes to camp alone, who says it's peaceful and free and beautiful, yeah, it is. Until it isn't. And once that feeling gets in your bones, it never really leaves. I've been a park ranger most of my life, nearly 24 years now. Most people think of the job as quiet and peaceful, walking through woods, pointing out trails to tourists, checking permits, that sort of thing. And yeah, that's part of it. But when you're working remote areas, places where people don't go unless they've got something to hide or something to lose, you see things. Strange things. Sometimes bad things. Things that don't need ghosts or monsters to make your skin crawl. This happened about 12 years ago. I was stationed in a lesser-known section of a national forest in central Idaho. I won't name the exact spot because of how things ended. But picture miles and miles of steep forested canyons, thick pine, spruce, and aspen, remote logging roads overgrown and washed out, and no cell signal anywhere for hours. The area I covered was about 60 square miles, and I was the only ranger assigned to that district. That meant I spent a lot of time alone, sometimes days at a time. I had an old ranger station up in a narrow canyon about 15 miles off the main highway. It was solar powered, had a wood stove, and a radio that only worked when the weather was right. In late spring that year, I started getting reports of illegal dumping in one of the drainages, Little Bishop Creek. The area was hard to reach. No marked trails led there anymore, and the road that once serviced it had collapsed in several places due to erosion. Locals would use ATVs sometimes, or modified 4x4s. But even that was risky. If you broke an axle or got stuck, help was hours away if you were lucky enough to reach anyone. A hunter had come through before the season, started to scout elk, and said he found a pile of black trash bags hidden under some brush a few hundred feet off the old fire road. So they stank like something rotting and were full of something heavy. He didn't touch them, just marked the spot on his GPS and told one of the seasonal volunteers who passed it along to me. I figured it was just someone too lazy to go to the dump. Not uncommon. People dump everything from tires to refrigerators out there. I logged the report and the GPS coordinates, packed up my gear, and headed out the next morning. It took me almost 4 hours to reach the location, mostly because the trail had washed out in 3 spots, and I had to clear fallen logs and debris along the way. The last mile I did on foot with my pack, GPS, and a sidearm. I didn't usually carry a gun unless I was expecting something bigger. Bears, maybe a mountain lion, but I had a weird feeling that morning. Hard to explain. Not fear exactly, just a tightness in my chest that I couldn't shake. I reached the spot around midday. The sun was high, but the forest was thick there, so the light didn't hit the ground much. I found the black bags easily. 6 of them, all tied up with duct tape and stacked in a shallow depression near a dry creek. The smell hit me before I got close. That unmistakable, sickly sweet stench of decay. I pulled on gloves, cut open one of the bags with my knife, and immediately wished I hadn't. Inside were bones. Not just any bones, animal bones, maybe deer, maybe elk, but they were wrapped in wire mesh, almost like chicken wire, and packed in with what looked like dried blood and rotting meat. But there were other things in there too. Plastic tubing, bits of old cloth, some rusted tools. The bag looked like it had been sitting there all winter. I opened another bag. Same thing, but this one had something that made my stomach turn. An old metal collar, the kind you'd see on a dog or maybe a goat. Only this one had a tag on it. A name, worn down but still readable. Buddy. That stopped me cold. No one dumps old pet remains like this. And who wraps bones in wire mesh and buries them like that? I backed away and marked the spot with flagging tape. I took photos and made notes, then started the slow hike back out. I didn't have enough daylight to reach the station again that night, so I made camp near one of the old fire clearings. That night I couldn't sleep. The wind kept moving through the trees, and every time a twig snapped, I jolted awake. I'd spent hundreds of nights alone in the forest and never felt that uneasy. I kept thinking about the wire, the tools, the name tag. Something wasn't right. The next morning, I hiked out early and drove back to the station. I called it in on the radio, standard procedure, and was told someone from Fish and Game would meet me the next day to examine the site. The officer they sent was a guy named McCrae. Ex-Army, quiet, serious type. We'd worked together before on poaching cases. He showed up just after sunrise, and we made the hike together. When we reached the bags, he didn't say much. Just squatted down, opened 2 more, and stared inside for a long time. Then he stood up and said, "We need to call on state police." When they arrived 3 days later, things moved fast. They took the bags, mapped the site, and started asking around town. I wasn't told much, but from what I gathered, the bones were confirmed to be animal. No human remains. But what raised alarm was the presence of surgical instruments, scalpels, clamps, even syringes, and what looked like blood samples preserved in old glass vials hidden in one of the bags. A week later, I got pulled into a meeting with one of the detectives. He asked me about remote structures, cabins, anything abandoned in that area. I told him there were plenty. Old mining camps, trapper shacks, even a few doomsday preppers' places. Most were half collapsed or buried under snowpack for months. Then he showed me a photo. It was a map, hand-drawn, found near the dump site. I recognized the markings. Someone had drawn out the entire drainage, including one of the old Ranger supply sheds we hadn't used in decades. It was at the base of a box canyon, about 5 miles from the bags. The trail to it was long gone, and I hadn't been there in years. They asked me to take them there. So the next morning, I led the way. The hike was brutal, steep, overgrown, and wet from snowmelt. We had to cut our way through sections with machetes. When we reached the clearing, the shed was still standing, but barely. The door was off its hinges, the roof had caved in on one side, and raccoons had torn through most of what was left. But inside, under the floorboards, we found something that made my skin crawl. A trapdoor, not part of any original design I knew. We pried it open, and a wave of rot and mildew hit us. Below was a narrow crawl space, just enough to move through on hands and knees. Someone had reinforced the walls with plywood and covered the dirt floor with tarps. There were mason jars, empty food cans, old battery lanterns, and more surgical gear. But the worst part, on one of the walls, nailed up like trophies, were dozens of animal collars. Each had names scratched into it. Some were clean, others had dry blood. There was no pattern to the names, just random, common pet names. Buddy, Scout, Daisy, Rex. We found several field notebooks too. Most were unreadable from water damage, but a few pages were intact. They described procedures, tests, experiments. Things I didn't fully understand, but knew weren't normal. One page mentioned dosage levels. Another listed times and results. At the bottom of one was a phrase scrawled in block letters. Keep them quiet. We never found the person who built it. But rumors started flying. Some said it was a rogue vet who'd gone off the grid. Others thought it was someone testing illegal tranquilizers on animals. A few believed it was a poacher trying to develop ways to lure and trap wildlife using modified sedatives. All I know is the forest started feeling different after that. I'd always felt connected to it. Safe, even when alone. But after we sealed up that shed and marked it for demolition, the air felt heavier. The silence deeper. They told me to stop asking questions. We're handling it, they said. The files were sealed. I was told not to mention it in reports. No evidence of foul play, they concluded. But I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. Someone had been out there for a long time, doing something twisted. And when they left, they tried to bury it all like it never happened. But the forest remembers. The animals remember. And I do too. I stayed on for another year after that. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. I stopped camping overnight. I stopped hiking alone. Eventually, I asked for reassignment. I work a different park now. Smaller, closer to town. More people, less wilderness. Some nights I miss the quiet. But then I remember those bags, the crawl space, and those names nailed to the wall. And I remind myself, quiet isn't always safe. Sometimes it just means no one's around to hear you scream. I've worked as a park ranger for over a decade, and I've seen some things that would make most people walk out of the woods and never look back. Not monsters or ghosts or any of that made-up stuff people like to talk about on the internet, but real things. The kind of things that sit in the back of your head and come back up when you try to sleep. The kind that make you wonder how much you actually know about a place you thought you understood. This story happened back in 2018. I was stationed at a fairly quiet, isolated national park in the northwest corner of Montana, bordering Canada. It's got thick pine forests, jagged rocky ridges, remote trails, and not much else. Hardly any tourists made it up that way. Most visitors were experienced backpackers or hunters who liked the peace and quiet. That was fine with me. I preferred things simple. That spring, we got more rain than usual. A lot more. The whole region was soaked by mid-May. The rivers were bloated and loud, and the trails were washed out in places that had held strong for years. My main job was trail inspection, boundary patrol, and occasionally checking permits if I ran into people. Most days, I'd hike anywhere between 6 to 10 miles, marking damage, reporting trees that had fallen across paths, and clearing debris where I could. On June 4th, I was sent out to check an old fire road that hadn't been officially maintained since the 90s. It was technically still on the map, but we stopped using it because it had become unstable. Sections of it were constantly eroded, and the underbrush grew back faster than we could clear it. But some hikers still knew about it, and every now and then someone would go missing trying to shortcut through it, thinking it would save them time. I started my hike in early morning, just after 6:30. The skies were still gray from the week-long storms we'd had. The dirt under my boots was soft and slick. I had my full gear, GPS, compass, laminated topo maps, food, water, bear spray, the usual. I was alone, which I usually preferred. I moved better without anyone slowing me down. That fire road ran about 7 miles through a rough patch of hills before reconnecting with a newer trail that had been put in about 15 years ago. The first couple miles were pretty standard. Lots of blown down trees and some washed out gullies. Nothing dangerous. It was slow moving, but I've dealt with worse. About 4 miles in, though, I saw something that didn't make sense. The road was supposed to skirt along the side of a ridge before dropping into a gully, then climbing up the other side. I'd walked it once before a few years back, so I remembered the general flow of the terrain. But the land had changed. Where there should have been a slope dropping into a creek bed, I found a wide, flat area, a clearing. At first I thought maybe I'd veered off course, but my GPS and compass both told me I was where I was supposed to be. The problem was this clearing wasn't on any map. Not a single one. It was almost an oval-shaped patch of ground, maybe 100 yards long and 40 across. And it looked new. The trees around were tall and dense, but right at the edge of this clearing they just stopped, like they'd been pushed back. The ground itself wasn't grassy or soft. It was hard-packed dirt, like it had been driven over or compressed by something heavy. But there weren't any tracks. No tire roots, no footprints. Just smooth, compacted soil and silence. It's hard to explain, but something about it just felt wrong. The air in that spot was different, still and stale, like inside an old barn. No wind, no bird song, no buzzing insects. Even my boots sounded dull when I stepped into it. I stood there for a good 10 minutes, looking at everything, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It didn't match anything I'd seen in this park before. The vegetation hadn't just stopped. It had been cleared. Deliberately, I thought. But by who? And why here? I made a few slow laps around the edge, looking for tool marks or signs of cutting. There were no stumps. The trees hadn't been cut. They were just gone. And the soil, the longer I stood on it, the more I noticed something else. The ground wasn't just compacted. It was sunken slightly in the center. Barely noticeable at first, but definitely a dip. I crouched and ran my hand across it. The dirt wasn't loose. It felt like concrete, but it was dirt. No grass trying to poke through. No signs of animal activity. I even dropped to one knee and knocked on it, which I admit now was kind of stupid, but I had to try something. It didn't echo, but it felt hollow. I marked the spot on my GPS, took some notes, and snapped a few pictures. I didn't want to stay there long. Something in my gut told me to move on, so I did. I finished the loop, got back to my truck by early evening, and drove straight to the ranger station. I brought it up with my supervisor the next morning. He just frowned and said maybe a landslide had changed the area and I'd discovered new depression. That didn't sit right with me, but there wasn't much else I could say. We don't have heavy equipment that far out, and the Forest Service hadn't done any logging in that sector for over 20 years. Still, I filed a formal report, attached the GPS coordinates, and included the photos. He said he'd pass it along, but I didn't hear anything back. 2 weeks passed. Then a call came in. A backpacker had gone missing. According to the report, he'd set out to do a solo trip across a series of backcountry trails that would have put him right near that old fire road. Last anyone heard from him was a GPS ping at a trail junction just 2 miles from where I found that clearing. I was sent out as part of the initial search. We combed the trails, checked old logging roads, followed every drainage we could. Nothing. I suggested we check the clearing, but no one wanted to waste the time. They kept saying it didn't appear on any maps and probably didn't exist. So I went alone. It took me almost 4 hours to reach the spot. When I got there, I stopped dead in my tracks. The clearing was gone. Trees stood where it had been. Fully grown pines and firs. Not saplings. Mature trees with thick trunks and deep bark. There was no sign of disturbance. The ground was dry and covered in pine needles the way it should have been. No compacto dirt. No deep. No clearing. I checked my GPS, same coordinates. I checked my pictures on the camera I always carried. They were still there. Photos of a wide, empty space with a shallow depression and a ring of trees around the edge. I was standing in the same place, but looked like nothing had ever happened. I walked in circles for a good 20 minutes, trying to understand what had changed. My head felt tight, like I was in a pressurized room. I finally left, walked the rest of the trail loop, and got back to my truck before dark. I didn't report anything that time. I knew what they'd say. Hell, I barely believed myself. The hiker was never found, not even a boot print. It rained heavy that week, and most of the evidence, if there was any, was probably wiped clean. I've gone back 3 times since then. Once that same summer, twice in the years after. Each time I checked the GPS, same spot. And each time, nothing. Just trees, moss, pine needles. The clearing has never shown up again. But I still have the photos. And sometimes when I'm alone in the woods, I swear I get that same feeling. That dead silence. That stale air. The kind that makes your neck go cold and your ears ring. I don't stick around when I feel it. I move fast. I don't look back. I've read enough missing person reports over the years. And you start to see a pattern, even if no one wants to admit it. The terrain doesn't just swallow people. It hides them, sometimes for good. That clearing wasn't natural. It wasn't on any map because it wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know who made it or why. But I know this, whatever happened to that hiker, it started there. And I'll never go back. I took the Lone Elk assignment in early spring. It was a small backcountry station tucked into the lower Rockies, just outside a forgotten part of Colorado where most people don't go unless they're looking for complete silence. The area wasn't popular with tourists. It didn't have waterfalls or famous lookout points. What it did have was 28 miles of rugged trails, a dried-up fire tower, a few black bear dens, and a reputation among the older rangers as the place you get sent when they want you quiet. At the time, I thought that meant it was boring. I figured they posted me there because I was one of the new guys and hadn't made a name yet. I was fine with that. I like quiet. I worked in crowded parks before, busy trails, campers, people leaving trash, and all that crap. I like the idea of being alone with just the wind in the trees and the occasional pine marten slipping across the trail. No radios squawking, no tourists asking where the bathrooms were. I arrived in mid-March, while patches of snow still clung to the shady parts of the trail, and the creeks were just starting to run again. My station was a tiny one-room log building at the edge of a small alpine meadow. It had solar panels that barely worked, a wood stove, and a water pump behind the station that spit out just enough water for a wash-up if you were patient. No cell reception, of course. Just a beat-up old radio that could hit base if I climbed to the top of a nearby ridge and waited for the signal to bounce. My job was to patrol the trails, maintain the boundary signs, and report anything unusual, which, I was told, usually meant checking on fallen trees or clearing minor rock slides. If it looks weird, write it down, they said. You'll probably have more problems with weather than people. I believed them for the first few weeks. The days started early. I'd wake with the sun, heat a little coffee over the stove, and pick a section of the trail to check. Sometimes I bring lunch, sometimes not. Most hikes were quiet, just footprints from deer or elk, the wind hissing through the pines, and the occasional rabbit dashing through the underbrush. I didn't see another person for the first 11 days. There were signs that people had come through recently. Boot prints, a soda can left by a fire pit, a scarf hanging from a tree like someone forgot it. But I didn't think much of it. Hikers wander through backcountry all the time without checking in. Most of them don't even know they're in protected parkland. Usually just hunters or snowmobilers coming in off-season. But then things started to feel off. Not in a supernatural way. I'm not into that stuff. I've spent my life outdoors. I know what animals sound like. I know how trees crack and moan in the cold. I don't scare easy, and I don't believe in ghosts or whatever nonsense people come up with to explain a broken twig or shadow in the dark. But there was something about lone elk that made the hair on the back of my neck stay standing longer than it should have. The first real incident happened at mile marker 13, along an old logging trail that hadn't been maintained in years. It's basically just two ruts in the ground with trees growing in between them. I've been following it for about 2 miles, climbing gradually, when I came across a deer carcass. That's not unusual. Predators take down deer all the time out here. What was weird was the way it was placed. It hadn't been dragged off the trail like they usually are. It was laid out neatly, legs tucked under, as if it had been set there by hand. No blood, no sign of a struggle. Its neck had been broken clean, not torn. No claw marks, no bite wounds. I crouched and checked for tracks. Found some boot prints. A few sets, actually, not fresh, but not more than a couple days old either. They circled the deer, then vanished into the woods on both sides of the trail. Not deep tracks, not running. Whoever had been there, they weren't in a hurry. The next day, I returned to mark the location on my map. The carcass was gone. No bones, no fur, nothing. Even the prints were smudged out like someone came back with a branch and swept the ground clean. That's what stuck with me. No scavenger animal does that. A bear would have torn the thing apart. Coyotes would have left pieces behind. But this, it was like someone wanted to erase any trace. After that, I started taking my rifle with me. A week later, I was up near Stone Hollow, a narrow ravine cut by a seasonal stream that only runs heavy after snowmelt. I was clearing out a fallen log when I saw something glinting from the rocks below. I climbed down maybe 40 feet off the trail and found what looked like a campsite that had been destroyed. A tent torn to ribbons. Sleeping bag slashed. A boot. One single boot laid on its side like someone had taken it off gently. No blood. No gear, no IDs. No sign of fire. just shredded fabric and silence. The ground was rocky there, so no tracks. I searched for over 2 hours, expanding my circle out wider each time. Nothing. I noted it in my log and flagged it with tape, but I didn't report it to base right away. I guess I didn't want to sound like I was overreacting. That night, something moved around outside the cabin. Could have been an elk. Could have been anything. But the way it stayed close, circling but never approaching, made me keep my rifle within arm's reach. I didn't sleep much. Just sat in the dark, watching the shadows flick across the tiny windows. I finally radioed it in the next morning, climbed up Ridge 5, and sent a short burst to base. Found a abandoned site. North Trail, Stone Hollow. No occupants. Possible vandalism. We'll monitor. They didn't respond for 2 days. When they did, all I got back was copy. Continue monitoring. Advise if anything escalates. That told me one of two things. Either they weren't taking it seriously, or they already knew and didn't want to talk about it. Things got worse after that. I started finding snare traps near the water sources. Crude ones. Wire loops buried in the leaves. Not legal traps. Not the kind any hunter would leave. These were hidden well, designed for small game. Probably rabbits or squirrels. But some of them were empty and triggered. Others had fur stuck in them. One had a chunk of raw meat tied inside like bait. I started getting the feeling I wasn't alone out there. Not just in a general way. I mean a very specific, someone is watching me way. I'd be walking the trail and get that heavy feeling on my back like eyes digging into me. More than once I turned and scanned the trees and saw nothing, but I still felt it. I cut down every snare I found. After a while, they started reappearing. One morning I woke up and found a dead rabbit on my doorstep. Clean cut, laid perfectly in the center of the top step. No prints, no blood trail. Just a rabbit, its eyes open and body stiff with cold. It hadn't been there when I went to bed. That afternoon, I made the long climb up to the ridge and called in again. This time I was firm. There's someone in the park. Traps. Dead animals. Abandoned camp. Requesting a team for sweep. The reply came 4 hours later. Budget limited. No teams available. Maintain post. Continue reporting. That told me everything I needed to know. I was on my own. I started setting up markers when I hiked. Little stacks of stones, trail tape, broken branches angled a certain way. Not just for direction, but to see if anyone was following me and changing them. Some did move. Not all. Just enough to mess with my head. I placed 3 stacked stones at the junction of 2 trails. Next day, the top stone would be gone. Or I'd find a broken branch I left repaired like someone slid it back into place. It got to the point where I started carrying extra batteries and a second radio, just in case. I wrote detailed notes every night in my log, but I stopped leaving it in the cabin. I started hiding it under a rock 30 feet behind the station in case something ever happened to me. Then came the cave. I didn't know it existed until mid-April, when I was tracking some scat I didn't recognize. Might have been bear, might have been something else. The trail led me off the main route and through a thick patch of trees into a narrow crevice in the rocks. Almost invisible unless you were right on top of it. Inside, the cave smelled like piss and wet fur. There were bones. Dozens of them. Not old ones either. Clean. Stripped. Arranged. Little piles of rabbit legs, squirrel skulls, deer hooves. Some bones had carvings on them. Scratches and patterns, like tally marks or symbols. A pile of clothing in the back. Torn, rotted, stained with something dark. A child's backpack, blue with cartoon characters on it. Shredded and left hanging on a nail hammered into the wall. No signs of fire. No bedrolls. No light. Just bones, cloth, and silence. I backed out slowly. Didn't touch anything. Marked the location on my map and hiked out hard and fast, heart pounding. I didn't sleep at all that night. Rifle in my lap, back against the wall, waiting for footsteps that never came. 2 days later, I found my cabin door open. I never leave it unlocked. I checked it 3 times every night. The lock wasn't broken. It was just open. The inside looked untouched at first, but then I saw my pack had been moved. My map was missing. My spare radio had been taken apart and left in pieces on the table. Not broken, just disassembled, laid out like someone had studied it. I stepped outside, scanned the trees, and caught movement, just a flicker behind a pine maybe 80 yards out. I've been working as a ranger in the Pacific Northwest for over a decade now. Most of my years were spent doing the usual trail maintenance, guiding visitors, checking permits, responding to the occasional injury. You see a lot when you're out there enough, but what happened 2 summers ago changed how I see the woods. I used to feel peace out in the trees, but now I watch the brush more carefully and I listen more closely to silence. It started in late July, peak season, when the camps were full and the trails were crowded with day hikers. The forest was alive. Kids were laughing, creeks were flowing, and the nights were warm enough that you could sleep without even zipping up your sleeping bag. I had been assigned to a 60,000-acre stretch that was mostly backcountry. My main duty was patrolling trails and checking on the handful of isolated campsites we allowed for people who liked to be off-grid. Most folks who ventured out there were experienced. They came prepared and left no trace. But that weekend, I was told to check on a solo hiker who hadn't signed out. We require everyone to log their expected return date, just in case. Most of the time, when someone's late, it's a dead battery or they decide to stay an extra night. But this guy, Daniel M., had been due out 2 days ago. No one had heard from him. Dispatch told me he was in Zone 3, a stretch of rugged trail that's about 12 miles from the nearest trailhead. It's all switchbacks, fallen logs, river crossings, and thick undergrowth. We only allow a few permits for it every week because it's remote and has spotty satellite coverage. Daniel had planned to spend 4 nights out there and come back on the 5th. He was a 34-year-old from Seattle, former Army, and by the look of his application, pretty seasoned. He had logged several solo hikes before in even tougher terrain. I packed up for a 3-day patrol, enough to cover the zone twice if needed. I had my usual load: tent, rations, water purifier, med kit, bear spray, flare gun, GPS, and the radio. I also brought the laminated trail maps and a copy of his permit, which included a rough sketch of where he planned to camp each night. My plan was to hike out early, follow his likely route, and check the primitive sites along the way. I left the ranger station at dawn. The first few miles were uneventful, sunlight filtering through the tall pines, the air cool and damp with dew. I saw a few day hikers heading back toward the lot, but after mile 5, I was alone. That's how it usually goes. By the time I hit mile 9, the trail got rough. Tree roots formed stairs in the dirt, and brush started to crowd the path. I reached the first backcountry camp just before noon. The site was empty. Fire ring cold. No sign of Daniel. That wasn't odd. It wasn't where he planned to stay on night 1. I checked the ground for prints anyway. The dirt was dry, and there hadn't been recent rain, so nothing clear showed. I ate a granola bar, took a sip from my bottle, and moved on. Around mile 12, I reached a creek crossing. The log bridge that had been there the month before had washed out in a storm. I had to wade across, water up to my knees, ice cold. On the other side, I found boot prints in the mud. Fresh ones, 2 distinct treads. One matched the type Daniel listed on his permit, Vasque hiking boots. The other didn't. Different pattern, larger foot, wider tread. Could have been someone else on the trail, but that far out, it was rare. Still, I made a note and kept moving. The second primitive site was 3 miles further in, tucked into a small hollow near a cliff overlook. I reached it by mid-afternoon. That's when I got my first real clue. There was an old campfire there, still warm, a sleeping pad and some wrappers. Trash tucked into a bear can. Someone had definitely been there. I scanned the area and found a map tucked under a rock on top of the log. It was damp, a corner torn, the same kind we issue to permit holders. Daniel's name was in the top, right in faded Sharpie. I checked the trail plan he'd drawn. This was his second night camp. But he wasn't there. What did stand out was the scratch marks on a nearby tree. Parallel lines about 5 feet up, dug into the bark. Not bare. No cloth spacing. These looked almost like someone had raked a blade across it. Fresh shavings were on the ground. Still damp from sap. Probably within the last day. I set up my tent and made camp. Normally, I wouldn't stay exactly where a missing person might have, but I didn't want to miss him if he returned. I hiked a few hundred yards around the site before dusk, shouting his name, but no response. I climbed a small ridge to try the radio. Static. No signal. That night, I didn't sleep much. Not because of animals. I'm used to their sounds. But the forest was too quiet. That's something people don't realize. Complete silence in the woods is rare. Usually, you hear crickets, owls, raccoons rustling. But that night, nothing. Just the wind. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard a thud, like a log being dropped. Far off, echoing faintly. I sat up and listened. Nothing followed, just dead air. I stayed awake until first light. The next day, I followed the next leg of Daniel's route. It took me off the main trail and up into a steep, rocky stretch known for switchbacks. The trail here was more of a suggestion than a path. I had to bushwhack in parts, pushing through underbrush and using my compass to stay aligned. That's when I started finding the markings. Every 100 yards or so, there were tree notches. Not like trail blazes, these were irregular. Deep, chipped into the bark, some of them stained dark, almost black. I crouched to examine one. It looked like something sharp had been dragged at an upward angle, tearing into the grain. At first I thought it was vandalism, but it was too random, too aggressive. At around mile 20, I found a shredded stuff sack, caught in the low branches of a pine. Inside were an empty water bladder, a sock, and half a notebook. The pages were smudged and damp, but I could still read a few lines. Feel like I'm being followed. Heard movement last night, tried to stay still. Think it's a person. Big. Doesn't answer when I call out. That was Daniel's handwriting. Same style as his permit signature. I kept going, now alert to every sound. The higher I climbed, the more isolated I felt. No planes overhead. No breeze. The forest felt heavy. I reached the ridge by late afternoon. From the top, I could see the surrounding valleys. Miles of green. Nothing moved. I found the final camp Daniel had marked. This time, the site was trashed. Tent collapsed. Poles snapped. Sleeping bag halfway out, torn at the seam. Food package shredded. Bearkin missing. I checked the area for tracks. The ground was disturbed. Flattened in places, as if someone had run in circles. A set of boot prints, Daniel's, overlapped with a second set. Larger, heavier, same tread as before, but here they were clearer. The stride was odd, longer than average, deeper heel impressions, like someone moving fast, barefoot or in thin shoes. I followed those tracks downhill, maybe 400 yards to a small gully. At the bottom, caught between roots, was a torn strip of nylon, same fabric as the tent. Next to it, a broken trekking pole snapped clean in two, like someone had stepped on it with force. No blood, no clothing, no body. I marked the GPS coordinates and tried the radio again. This time, I got a signal. Weak but enough. I called it in, gave the coordinates, requested SAR support. Then, I made a decision I regret. Instead of waiting, I kept going. I know what you're thinking. Should have waited. But I felt like I was close. I thought, maybe he's injured. Maybe he crawled somewhere. I just wanted to be sure. So I followed the direction the tracks led. Downhill, toward a narrow ravine thick with ferns and deadfall. As I pushed through the brush, I started seeing signs I wasn't alone. First was the smell. Musky, not animal. Almost like mold and sweat. Then small things. A piece of paracord tied between two saplings at ankle height. A broken watch face half buried in the dirt. Tree branches bent into strange arches. That's when I saw the lean-to. It was crude, made of sticks, bark, and trash. Tucked under an overhang. Almost invisible unless you were right on top of it. Inside were bones, small animal, mostly. But there were human items too. A shoe, a wallet. I didn't go through everything. I felt watched. I backed away slowly and returned to the ridge where I'd made the call. It was nearly sunset. I stayed there until I saw the chopper's lights. The SAR team flew in that night. We went back to the site in daylight, with more gear and armed officers. The lean-to was empty when we returned. Everything gone. No bones. No stew. Just flattened grass. We never found Daniel. No body. No confirmed sightings. Just the scattered gear and those notes. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead, foul play possible. They combed the area for weeks. Brought in dogs, drones, thermal cameras. Nothing turned up. Some thought he fell. Others said he got disoriented and lost. But I don't believe that. I've seen what loss looks like. Panic leaves a different trail. Daniel was being careful. He left markers, wrote notes, moved with purpose. But someone, or something. I've been a park ranger for nearly 15 years now, mostly working in the northern forests and national preserves spread across the upper Midwest. It's not glamorous, but I've always been the type to find peace in the quiet and in those stretches of woods where it feels like the trees are older than time itself. Some folks think this job is all about guiding hikers and handing out maps. Truth is, most of it is solitude, long hours, and keeping your head clear when things go wrong. And they do go wrong, more than people realize. Nature isn't a theme park. It doesn't care if you're scared or tired or out of water. This story happened back in late October of 2018. I had just transferred into a small ranger district that covered about 60,000 acres of dense woodland and backcountry trails in northern Minnesota. It bordered a larger federal wildlife refuge and had enough wilderness to swallow up careless campers and hunters if they weren't paying attention. This place didn't see a lot of foot traffic in the fall, especially after the weather started to turn. Most folks had packed it up for the season, and by the time the leaves really started to fall, you could go whole days without seeing another soul. That week, I was working out of a 2-room ranger cabin near the edge of a fire access road. The place had a wood stove, a small cot, and a shortwave radio that barely picked up the district dispatch channel. No cell service, no internet, not even a landline. I had to pick up a paper map, a handheld GPS that loved to drop signal at the worst times, and a couple of paper logs I had to fill out every evening. I usually did patrol loops in the morning, hiking sections of trail, checking signage, making sure no trees had come down across the paths. In the afternoons, I'd swing by a few of the older campsites and remote backcountry shelters, just to make sure no one had squatted in for too long or trashed the place. Standard stuff. Most of the time, it was quiet. So quiet you'd hear squirrels hopping through the brush half a mile away. The weather that week had taken a turn. Cold, gray, wet. Not quite freezing, but close. That kind of chill damp that gets into your joints. Most of the trailheads were empty. Even the hunters had mostly cleared out. On the 4th day of my shift, I got a note from the district office via radio. Some hiker named Daryl had filed a report 2 days earlier that he'd seen someone skulking around near one of the old shelters up on the northwest ridge. Said it looked like a guy in camo, maybe carrying something like a shovel or a pole. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but he said it stuck with him. Something about the way the guy moved. Said he never came out onto the trail, just stood back behind the trees and watched him walk by. Now, this kind of thing happens now and then. It's not usually a big deal. Probably just a hunter who didn't want to talk. Maybe a camper overstaying his welcome. Still, I figured I'd swing by the northwest ridge the next day and take a look. I left just after sunrise. I packed a full kit: first aid, emergency beacon, sidearm, extra water, and a laminated map in a Ziploc bag. It was about an 8-mile hike one way to the shelter in question, and the trail leading out to it was one of the less maintained ones. By noon, I was about halfway there, and that whole stretch was dead quiet. Not even birdsong. The forest here had a weird way of muffling sound when the air was that damp. The trees were tall and packed close. Lots of fir, spruce, and pine. Every once in a while, I'd catch the sound of a branch creaking or some wet leaves falling, but otherwise it was like walking through a painting. A cold, colorless one. As I got closer to the shelter, I started noticing little things. First was a strange patch of scuffed up dirt off to the side of the trail. Not fresh, maybe a day or two old, but it looked like something had been dragged. A long, shallow groove, maybe a foot wide and 8 feet long. No blood, no signs of a kill, just displaced earth and some trampled leaf litter. I took some pictures, marked it on the GPS, and kept moving. Then, a few hundred yards further up, I found an old campsite. It wasn't one of ours. No fire ring, no signage, just a little clearing with the remains of a tarp shelter half buried under sticks and deadfall. Looked abandoned. No bags, no food wrappers, nothing. I poked around for a few minutes. Found a cracked Nalgene bottle and what looked like the handle of a hatchet sticking out of the soil. It was rusted through. I made a note of it and moved on. When I reached the shelter around 2 p.m., the clouds had started thickening. Wind was picking up. The shelter itself sat in a little hollow next to a dried-up creek bed. It was an old three-sided structure with a sloped roof and a bench inside. Looked like no one had used it in months. But when I got close, I saw something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Just off to the left side of the shelter, someone had dug a hole. A shallow pit, maybe 4 feet long, 2 feet wide. Dirt still piled up beside it. Next to the hole was an old entrenching tool, like a small collapsible military shovel. The metal was fresh scraped. Someone had used it recently. And inside that hole, covered with a thin layer of pine needles and sticks, was what looked like a large black trash bag. Now, I've seen my share of weird stuff. People bury all kinds of things out here. Sometimes it's trash. Sometimes it's stolen gear. Sometimes it's stuff you really don't want to find. I radioed in my coordinates to the station, not because I was panicked, but because it was protocol, and carefully prodded the bag open with a stick. Inside were clothes, a whole pile of them. Jeans, flannel shirts, jackets, socks, underwear. Folded, but soaked through and filthy. No blood. No idese. Some of them were kid sizes. All of them were covered in some kind of grayish clay, like they'd been buried and dug up. I didn't touch anything more than I had to. Took pictures. Reburied the bag lightly and marked the site on the map. That's when I heard something. A branch snapped. Clean, loud, and close. I stood completely still. Slowly turned my head. Nothing. Just trees. But that silence, that deep, waiting kind of silence, settled over everything like a weight. I scanned the tree line for 10 full minutes, not moving, not blinking more than I had to. Saw nothing, but I knew someone had been watching. I could feel it in my spine. Years in the woods had taught me to trust that sense. I left the shelter and made for the ridge trail quicker than before. I kept my hand near my sidearm. The hike back took longer than it should have, because I kept stopping to check behind me. Always got that same feeling like I wasn't alone, but I never saw anyone. Back at the cabin that night, I filed a report. The district office told me to sit tight and wait for the sheriff's office to send someone out in the morning. But the storm hit hard around midnight. High winds, cold rain, branches snapping like bones in the dark. The roads would be washed out by morning. No one was getting up there anytime soon. I didn't sleep. Not much, anyway. I kept replaying that moment near the shelter. The way that pit was dug. The way those clothes were folded. Not dumped. Folded. Whoever left them had taken their time. It didn't sit right. The next day, I went back. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to know. I had to make sure I hadn't missed anything. I took a different route up the mountain, tried to approach the shelter from the west side this time, through thicker brush and older forest. Slower going, but I figured if someone was watching that site, I didn't want to come back the same way twice. It took me almost 5 hours to get there. It was colder that day. The wind had stripped most of the color from the trees, and everything looked gray and wet. When I got close, I dropped down low and crawled the last 50 yards, moving through the undergrowth, staying below the brush line. My instincts were screaming. When I got sight of the shelter, my stomach sank. The hole was gone. Not filled in, asterisk on star. Like someone had come and swept the whole area clean. No shovel, no dirt piles, not even the pine needles I'd scattered over the bag. Just bare, smooth earth and a few muddy boot prints leading off into the woods. I photographed everything. Then I followed those prints. They ran about 200 yards through the trees, heading north toward the edge of the ravine. Then they vanished. Just stopped, like whoever made them had stepped off into the trees and disappeared. No drag marks. No alternate paths. Just gone. I stood there for a long time. Then I turned and walked back toward the shelter. That's when I noticed it. Carved into the wall of the shelter, fresh and still flaking at the edges, were 2 words. Still here. No initials. No date. Just those words about eye level scratched in with something sharp. I backed away. I didn't run. Running makes noise, and noise draws attention. I just walked slowly and carefully all the way back down the trail, never turning my back to the woods. I stayed at the cabin that night, but I didn't turn on the lights. I locked the door, shut the curtains, and sat there with my hand on my sidearm until the sun came up. The sheriff's office finally sent 2 deputies the following afternoon. I took them up to the shelter. The hole was still gone. The message was still there. They documented everything, but they didn't seem half as concerned as I was. told me it was probably just a squatter messing with people. So they'd check for prints and maybe run a patrol sweep in a few days. I didn't argue. That was the last time I ever went up to that shelter alone. A month I worked as a park ranger in Utah for almost 11 years. Most of it was routine: trail checks, talking to hikers, cleaning up messes, fixing signage, reporting illegal hunting or campsites, occasionally pulling dumb teenagers off cliffs or stopping them from jumping into a river they had no business swimming in. Most of my career was pretty normal. I did night shifts, backcountry patrols, and lived in ranger stations for weeks at a time. I'd seen bears, cougars, aggressive elk, even meth labs and poachers. But nothing ever stuck with me like what happened that week at the outpost in Devil's Hollow. Devil's Hollow isn't on many maps, not even park maps. Technically, it's part of the larger national forest area, but it's deep in the backcountry. Real wilderness. No marked trails. The only road in is an old logging trail from the 60s that twists uphill for miles before dropping into a high-altitude basin. There's one ranger outpost there, just a basic wooden cabin with a tin roof, a wood stove, and a radio. No cell service. No satellite. You hike or drive in, and you don't leave unless you're ready to disappear for a while. I had volunteered to cover a 1-week rotation out there in early September. Things were starting to quiet down for the season. The big crowds had left. I figured it would be peaceful. Maybe too peaceful. It was a Tuesday when I got there. I remember because I'd just come off a 3-day weekend. I loaded up a park truck with food, gear, tools, and extra fuel, then took off for the outpost. It took almost 5 hours to get there. The road was rough, barely held together by rock and time. I had to get out twice to chainsaw fallen trees out of the way. When I finally arrived, the place was dead quiet. Cabin still standing. Woodpile untouched. Everything as it should be, or so I thought. The first day was uneventful. I checked the property, cleared a few overgrown trails nearby, and made some notes in a logbook. I unpacked my food and set up inside. The stove was working fine. The old hand pump, well, was a little stiff, but still drawing water. I made dinner, read a book, and went to bed early. That was probably the last peaceful night I had out there. The next morning started fine. I was up at dawn, as usual. I planned to do a deeper sweep into the basin, check for signs of illegal campers or fires. I strapped on my pack, radio, bear spray, sidearm, standard stuff, and hiked out. I covered maybe 8 miles that day, working along the old game trails. Around late afternoon, I found something odd: a dead deer. Nothing unusual about that, except it had no visible wounds. No bullet holes. No predator marks. No blood. It was just dead, lying in the grass like it had gone to sleep and never woke up. I poked around it for a while looking for tracks, but the ground was hard and dry. No clues. I made a mental note to come back the next day and tag it for pickup. Sometimes animals get sick and drop. It happens. Still, it unsettled me a little. Back at the outpost that night, I couldn't shake the image. The deer's eyes were open, its mouth slightly parted like it had tried to breathe one last time. No signs of bloating or decomposition yet. Whatever killed it happened fast. I made dinner and tried not to overthink it. But my sleep was broken that night. I kept waking up, listening. I swore I heard something move around outside the cabin, but I couldn't see anything from the windows, and I wasn't about to go outside chasing shadows. The next morning, I hiked back to where I'd found the deer. It was gone. No that I've marks. No blood. Nothing. The grass was still flattened where it had lain, but the body was just gone. I walked 100 yards in every direction, thinking maybe a predator moved it during the night, but again, no signs. No torn up ground. No food. Just silence. Too much silence. You spend enough time in the woods, you learn what natural quiet feels like. Birds still chirp. Bugs still hum. Branches creak. But Devil's Hollow had gone dead quiet. Not even the wind was blowing that day. I marked the spot on my map and decided to hike farther in. Something wasn't right, and I wanted to get a sense of the bigger picture. Maybe there was a predator in the area, something smart and cautious. Maybe a mountain lion, but even they leave prints. I didn't see anything, just empty woods, dry trees, and an uneasy feeling that kept crawling up my spine. On the way back that evening, I found another strange thing, a pile of ash. Not fire ash. It was bone white, fine like powder, and maybe 3 feet across, sitting in a small clearing off one of the game trails. It wasn't there the day before. I was sure of that. I bent down and sifted a little between my fingers. No heat, no smid, no wood bits, just ash. It didn't make sense. You need a serious fire to reduce something to that level. And there were no scorch marks around it. The grass nearby was undamaged. It was like someone had just dumped it there from a bucket. That night, I sat in the cabin with the door locked, feeling more alert than usual. I kept the lantern low. I listened. Around 1 a.m., I heard again something outside. Light footsteps, maybe 30 feet from the cabin. It was slow, deliberate, pausing every few steps. I reached for my sidearm and waited. I didn't go outside. After about 10 minutes, it stopped. The rest of the night was silent again. Still, I barely slept. By the 4th day, I had a growing knot in my stomach. I radioed in that everything was fine, just routine check-ins, but I started doubling up on my gear. I kept the rifle within reach at all times. I also started making noise as I walked, talking out loud, clapping every few minutes. It's what we do in bear country to avoid surprising one. But even as I made noise, I never felt like I was alone. There was a weight in the trees, a feeling like something was watching me from behind cover, always just out of sight. Later that afternoon, I hiked toward a rocky ridge on the northern edge of the basin. I hadn't been that way yet. It was steeper, full of old rockfall and narrow ledges. About halfway up, I spotted something that stopped me cold. A boot. A single, worn hiking boot sitting upright on a flat boulder. Caked in dirt. Faded red laces. No foot in it. No tracks around it. Just a boot. I didn't touch it. I looked around, carefully scanning the ground, but again, no footprints. I marked the spot and backed out. It was too strange, and I had no backup. Back at the cabin, I started documenting everything in my logbook, dates, times, locations. I didn't want to forget any details. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing sounds, twigs snapping, something brushing against the walls, breathing. Not mine. Breathing outside the cabin. It would stop when I moved, then start again. I never saw anything through the windows, but the noise was real. I sat up most of the night, rifle in hand, waiting for daylight. By day 5, I was in a state of controlled panic. I debated calling in early, asking to be pulled out, but there was no real emergency. Just fear. And in this job, you don't quit over fear. So I went out again, this time circling back to the ridge. The boot was gone, but in its place, someone or something had scratched a shape into the dirt. A crude spiral. 5 loops. No footprints. Just the symbol. That's when I started suspecting I wasn't dealing with an animal. The 6th night was the worst. I tried to sleep. I really did. But I woke up just after midnight to the sound of wood creaking. Not outside. Inside. My heart stopped. I grabbed my rifle and swept the room. Nothing. Everything in its place. Then I checked the door. The latch was open. I know I locked it. I always do. It's habit. I bolted it shut again and started checking every inch of the cabin. Nothing broken. Nothing taken. But the door had been opened. I barely made it to dawn. When the sun came up, I packed my things and loaded the truck. My shift ended the next day, but I wasn't going to wait. I left a final entry in the logbook, then drove out. The road felt longer on the way back. At one point, I stopped to cut another fallen tree and noticed fresh tracks in the dust behind the truck. Human, barefoot, no shoes, no vehicle, just one set of prints following mine for miles. When I got back to the main ranger station, I filed a full report. They read it, nodded, thanked me, but I could tell they didn't take it seriously. No missing persons had been reported in that area. No animal attacks, no illegal camps, just strange sightings and a paranoid ranger. That's how they saw it, but I know what I experienced. I've been in the field long enough to trust my gut. Something's out there in Devil's Hollow. Something that doesn't leave tracks. Something that watches. That follows. That gets close enough to breathe outside your cabin without being seen. I don't know what it is, but it's not a ghost. It's not a monster. It's something real. Something alive. I never went back to that outpost again. They've since rotated other rangers through. Most don't stay long. One guy left halfway through his week without giving a reason. Another filed a request to be transferred permanently. No one talks about it openly, but I've heard things. Whispers, similar reports, strange sounds, vanishing animals, symbols in the dirt. No explanations. There are still parts of this country that don't want us there. People think being a park ranger is peaceful. You sit in a booth, wave at hikers, maybe spot a bear once in a while. But the truth is, the wild is big, quiet, and full of things that don't care about you. Not everything out there has sharp teeth or claws. Some dangers wear boots and carry bolt cutters. Some things just don't want to be found. Back in 2017, I was stationed in the backcountry zone of a national forest I won't name for obvious reasons. It was a lesser-known stretch tucked behind a range in the northern Rockies. The area wasn't exactly popular with tourists because there weren't many trails, no viewpoints, no amenities, just thick woods, rocky climbs, and rivers that change direction in the spring runoff. It was wild in the way people don't expect anymore. I was 29 at the time, 5 years into the job, and proud of it. I liked being alone. I liked hiking in terrain that didn't see human feet all year. I felt at home in places where the moss grew thick and fallen trees rotted undisturbed. Most weeks, I patrolled with a truck and a pack, checking on fire risk, logging unauthorized campsites, looking out for poachers, and maintaining the remote ranger stations. One particular patch we called the Quiet Spot. It was about 6 hours hike from the nearest trailhead and had a strange reputation, even among the old-timers. The name wasn't official, but everyone used it. The Quiet Spot was a stretch of deep fir forest with huge granite ridges surrounding it. The canopy was so dense that even in midday it stayed dim. Sound never carried well there. Your own footsteps felt muffled. Birds didn't call much. I never liked it, but I went when duty called. That season, we'd gotten a tip about an unregistered hunter's blind out past the Quiet Spot. One of the fire spotting planes saw it on a flyover. We were supposed to check it, take it down, leave a citation notice if we could identify the owner. My supervisor was off duty that week, and the other ranger was covering the western edge of the zone due to a bear attack the previous weekend. So the job fell to me. It was mid-September, and the weather was turning. I set out early with my overnight pack, rifle, radio, and enough food for 2 days. I figured I'd reach the blind by late afternoon, camp nearby, and head back the next morning. I parked the truck where the service trail ended and hiked in. The first half of the hike was uneventful, just the usual tangle of roots and damp air. Around hour 4, I hit the edge of the Quiet Spot. It was like stepping through a veil. The forest floor turned spongy. My boots didn't echo anymore. Everything slowed down. Even the bird song faded. The only sound was the creaking of tree trunks rubbing against each other. About 2 miles in, I spotted the blind. It was up in a cedar, maybe 20 feet high, lashed between 2 thick limbs with rope and camo netting. A decent setup. I climbed up to inspect it, expecting candy wrappers and beer cans. What I found was different. The blind had been used recently. The canvas roof was dry, the ropes still tight. There were crushed leaves and broken twigs inside like someone had shifted their weight a lot. A plastic bottle of water, still half full. A tin of mackerel. A butane stove with a fresh canister attached. Whoever had been here, they hadn't planned to stay long, but they were definitely hunting. But there was no gun, no tags, no ID. No signs of what they'd been after. I took photos for the report, jotted down the GPS coordinates, then climbed down and began dismantling it. I started with the netting, then the stove, then carefully coiled up the rope. It took maybe 40 minutes to pull it all down and pile it near a clearing where I could bag it up later. I was about to set up my own camp when I noticed something that didn't sit right. About 30 feet from the base of the tree, there was a patch of disturbed earth. Not a full hole, but something had been dug, then poorly filled back in. I walked over and crouched down. The soil was dark and damp, and when I brushed it with my glove, the top layer fell away too easily. Whatever had been buried, there hadn't been done with much care. That made me nervous. A poacher might stash meat or gear, but not usually this close to their blind, and not buried like this. I started clearing it with my hands. A minute in, I uncovered a bundle of black trash bags tied tight with electrical tape. I opened one carefully with my knife. Inside was clothing, wet, muddy, some of it ripped. Not hunting gear, though. Jeans, flannel shirts, women's underwear. Some of it looked stained with blood. My stomach dropped. I opened the next bag. More clothes. Hiking boots. A fleece jacket. One bag had what looked like a handbag inside. Wallet, ID, keys. The ID was from Washington State. The woman in the photo looked to be in her 30s. Her name was Sarah M. Something, the last name smudged. I took a photo of it with my phone, sealed the bag again, and sat there for a moment. This wasn't someone's garbage. This was deliberate. I radioed base, but no response. That wasn't unusual in the quiet spot. Signal was garbage at best. I tried the satellite phone. Nothing. The overcast sky might have blocked it. I felt watched. That's not a thing I say lightly. I've slept alone in the open with mountain lions nearby and not felt what I felt right then. There was pressure in the back of my head, like I was being sized up. I scanned the trees, stood slowly, and unslung my rifle. I didn't see anything, but my instincts told me not to camp there. I packed everything I could from a blind, took the GPS of the buried site, and hiked 2 more miles uphill to a rocky ridge. I found a small clearing with open sky, so I could get a signal. I tried the sat phone again. This time it worked. I called it in. Dispatch told me to sit tight, mark the site, and wait for backup the next morning. A team would hike in at dawn. I agreed and pitched my tent there on the ridge. I barely slept. I kept the fire low and the rifle close. Around 2 a.m., I heard movement, slow, deliberate steps, just outside the firelight. Could have been elk, could have been something else. But it stopped after about 10 minutes. At first light, I went back to the buried bags and waited nearby. Around 11 a.m., the team arrived, 2 rangers, 1 sheriff deputy, and a forensic tech. We opened all the bags together. A total of 6 IDs were recovered. 3 women, 2 men, and 1 teenager. All from different states. All hikers, judging by their clothing. No bodies. The search around the blind lasted 3 days. Nothing else was found. No bones. No weapons. No signs of who used it. Just that buried pile of belongings and the blind itself. A few weeks later, I learned that at least 4 of the names matched missing persons cases. No connections between them, no signs they were together. All had vanished over a 2-year span in national parks across the Northwest. The forest was closed temporarily, but they never officially released what was found. Said it was unrelated personal property to avoid public panic. Typical. I stayed with the service another year, but I never went back to the quiet spot. I filed my reports. I followed protocol, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still out there. Someone who watched hikers from high in the trees, who knew how to bury things in silence, and who knew exactly how far sound could travel in a place like that. The blind? It wasn't just for animals. Whoever built it, they were hunting something else, and I had walked right into their territory. I've been a park ranger for nearly 20 years, most of it in the northern parts of Montana, where the weather hits hard and the land still feels untamed. It's mostly quiet work, patrolling the trails, clearing down trees, checking up on backcountry permits, and sometimes guiding search and rescue teams when folks wander too far or get turned around in the dark. But what happened during my 6th year, out in the Upper Ridge sector near Red Needle Pass, changed how I look at this job. That incident stays with me like frostbite in the bone. People think the worst you'll face out here is a bear or a bad fall, but it's not. It's people. People who don't want to be found. People who are used to the silence. And sometimes, people who know the land better than you do. This all started in early September, when the trees were just starting to yellow and the nights dropped below freezing. There was an old service trail deep into the eastern side of the park, something we used in the 70s and 80s to bring in fire crews and supplies by mule. It had been decommissioned years before I even got hired, mostly due to rockfall and erosion, and we stopped maintaining it altogether about 10 years back. Most folks didn't even know it was there, but it still showed up on some older topo maps and GPS overlays if you look hard enough. My supervisor, Chuck, told me to check it out because a pair of hunters had reported hearing what sounded like hammering or banging up that way 2 nights prior, around 2 a.m. They'd camped near Fishbone Creek, about 5 miles south of where the old trail split off from the main loop. At first, we figured it was echoing noise from logging equipment in the neighboring district or maybe someone working illegally on private land. But Chuck wanted someone to hike up and take a look. I got the job. I packed 3 days of supplies, strapped on my Glock, loaded my GPS, and hiked out early the next morning. It was clear, cold, and dry. The kind of morning where the cold air feels clean in your chest. I took the primary trail in for about 10 miles before cutting off into the timber toward where the old trail should have been. It didn't take long to find it, barely visible under layers of dead leaves and pine needles, but still there. You could see the faint cut in the land and the outline of rotted rail ties used to prevent erosion back in the day. I followed it for a while. It climbed steep and steady, weaving in and out of narrow switchbacks choked with overgrowth. The forest felt unusually still. No birds, no chipmunks, just my own breath and boots. By mid-afternoon, I reached an old fire ring, blackened stones in a tight circle, half collapsed, with a few rusted cans buried in the ash. It must have been decades old. I dropped my pack, stretched my back, and marked my location. I didn't hear anything unusual. No banging, no distant hammering, just wind in the trees. But just before dusk, I found something that didn't sit right. About 200 yards off the trail was a large dead tree with what looked like fresh axe marks along the base. Clean cuts, maybe 2 days old, 3 at most. There were chips still on the ground, not even damp from morning dew. It wasn't done for firewood either. The cuts were low and precise, like someone was trying to fell the thing deliberately, but gave up halfway. I took some photos and made a note in my log. That night, I set up camp near a low rock outcrop and got a small fire going. I didn't sleep much. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard what I thought were distant metallic taps. 3 of them, evenly spaced like someone banging a pipe. I froze in my bag and listened. Nothing else. No footsteps. No voices. Just the sound of wind rustling the branches. The banging didn't repeat. I stayed awake until dawn, hand on my sidearm. The next morning, I followed the trail farther north. It got rough, steeper grades, loose shale underfoot, and trees growing right through the path. After about 2 miles, I hit a wide clearing that used to be a turnaround for mule teams. I could see old fence posts still driven into the ground, wrapped in rusted barbed wire. But right at the far end of the clearing, someone had built a shelter. A full structure. It wasn't just a lean-to or a tarp setup. This was deliberate. It had been made from felled logs, bark stripped clean, laid with notches like a cabin wall. No roof, but the corners were solid, stacked 5 feet high. Inside was a sleeping pad made from pine boughs, a blackened steel pot, and a pile of bundled sticks arranged neatly in the corner. But what really got me was the saw. A bow saw, clean and oiled, hung from a wooden peg someone had driven into the log wall. It hadn't been rained on. It hadn't rusted. That saw had been used recently. I didn't touch it, didn't move anything. I just stepped back and circled the clearing slowly, checking for footprints or gear. Found none. No pack, no boots, no trash. It was clean, too clean. I backed out of there and hiked a mile uphill before stopping to radio in a base. I told them I'd found what looked like an illegal shelter deep in the backcountry and wanted permission to stay an extra day to investigate. Chuck said go ahead, but to keep my sidearm ready and check in every 6 hours. That night, I camped halfway down the ridge, closer to the trail, but not near the shelter. It was dead quiet again. Not a single cricket. Around 3 a.m., I heard a different sound, something moving through dry leaves. Slow steps, measured, coming from the direction of the clearing. It stopped maybe 50 feet from my tent. I held my breath. No flashlight, just my pistol and the cold sweat pouring down my back. I waited. Then it moved again, crunch, pause, crunch. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. By morning, nothing was there. No prints, no broken branches. Just the same dead stillness. I decided I'd had enough. I hiked down toward the shelter again to snap more photos, but when I got there, it was different. The bow saw was gone, and in its place, driven into one of the log walls, was a long nail with a piece of string tied around it. and hanging from the string was a small bundle. Pine cones, twigs, and what looked like hair. Human hair. It was braided into the twine. I left. I made my way down that old trail as fast as I could, stopping only once to refill water at a spring. I didn't eat, didn't talk on the radio, just hiked. I reached the main trail just before dark and pushed another 5 miles until I hit the service road. Chuck sent a truck to get me at the junction. I handed over my report, photos, and GPS logs. I told them everything, minus the hair bundle. I don't know why I left that part out. Maybe I was tired, or maybe I knew it wouldn't help. Chuck said they'd send in a small team with law enforcement support to check the area. They did. 3 days later, they found a clearing, but the shelter had been burned to the ground. Nothing left but ash, charred logs, and a few melted tin scraps. No sign of tools, no string, no prints. They closed off the old trail permanently after that, posted signs, and added it to the no-entry list. GPS markers were updated. Patrols were increased. Over the next year, we got a few more odd reports, mostly campers saying they felt watched or heard strange movement at night near Fishbone Creek. But no more sightings, no more structures. A year later, I transferred to another district. I still think about that place sometimes. About the silence, the saw, the bundle. Whoever had built that shelter wasn't just passing through. They lived there, off-grid, completely invisible. And when we found their place, they tore it all down and vanished like smoke. That kind of awareness of the land, of sound, of movement, it takes time. Years. You don't learn it from YouTube or weekend camping. You earn it through cold nights, long hikes, and watching things that don't want to be watched. And the scariest part? They never once tried to talk. Never showed themselves. Never ran. They just watched. Waited. Let me walk into their world. Then erased every trace. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in Washington for nearly 10 years. The wilderness out here is unforgiving. Thick pines, steep ridgelines, cold rain that seeps into your bones. People think being a ranger is peaceful, just trees and quiet. But it isn't. Not always. It was the spring of 2017 when I got reassigned to an old fire lookout tower deep in the Olympic National Forest. The tower was called Berkson Ridge. Not many people knew about it anymore. It wasn't open to tourists. Just a wooden box on stilts with a 360-degree view of endless forest, far from anything. No cell service. The access road had washed out years ago, so supplies had to be brought up on foot. It was the kind of duty most rangers avoided. Lonely, rugged, and usually boring. But I volunteered. I'd been going through a rough patch. My younger brother had just died in a car accident, and I didn't want to be around people. I thought maybe a month alone in the tower would help clear my head. I packed light, freeze-dried meals, coffee, a couple of books, radio gear, extra clothes, and my journal. My department issued me a rifle for black bears and a flare gun. I hiked in with another ranger who helped me load up the tower. Then he left, promising to check in by radio once every 3 days. After that, it was just me. The tower stood about 40 feet high, propped on wooden beams anchored into the rock. Inside, there was a bunk, a desk with the old Osborne firefinder, a propane stove, a water tank, and not much else. The wind hit the walls constantly. Everything creaked. The stairs groaned. The woods below swayed like the ocean. The isolation was complete. The first few days were calm. I made a routine. Wake up, check the tree lines for smoke, make notes on weather and visibility, scan the terrain with binoculars, and keep track of wildlife. I went for hikes sometimes, but the brush was thick and the terrain unforgiving. The radio check-ins came and went without issue. On day 6, I noticed something strange. There was an old trail that forked off the ridge behind the tower, overgrown and half buried in moss and fallen branches. I hadn't taken it before, figuring it was just an animal path. But that morning I saw something white on it from the tower window. I climbed down and walked over. It was a sock, dirty, soaked, lying on the ground like it had been ripped off. Looked fairly recent. I scanned around. No footprints. Just pine needles, wet earth, and silence. I picked up the sock and tossed it into the trash bag I kept outside. Maybe someone got lost a while back. Could have been trash blown in from a hiker. Still, it bugged me. I didn't mention it on the next radio call. Nothing serious. But after that, I started checking that trail more often. 2 days later, I found something else. This time, a torn piece of flannel shirt, caught on a branch just a few hundred feet down the same path. It was faded red and black, ripped unevenly like it had been snagged. That's when I started to feel off. I hadn't seen anyone else out here. The tower wasn't on any public map anymore. The roads were barely passable. Why would anyone be out here without proper gear? I marked the location on my map and made note. Still didn't mention it on the radio. I figured if I kept finding pieces, maybe I could track the direction they were going. Could be a hunter. Could be a lost hiker from months ago. The next few days, the forest got darker. I don't mean the light. I mean the feeling. I started waking up at night. Not from sounds, just a sense. Like I needed to check something. Like someone was nearby. It was always silent, but the feeling wouldn't leave. On the 11th day, I went back to that trail again. I brought the rifle. I'd seen enough to be worried. I followed the trail about half a mile, downhill into a narrow gully. I found old boot prints. They were shallow, faded, but too large for me. The toe marks were deep, like someone had been sprinting. I kept following them until they disappeared at the edge of a muddy stream bed. Right across the stream, wedged between two tree roots, I found a backpack. It was torn open. The zippers had been yanked. Inside, I found shredded pages of a field journal, half a granola bar, and a cracked compass. No ID, no name, just gear. I checked the area, but didn't see any more clues. No signs of a body. I took the pack back with me and locked it in the storage bin under the tower. I finally reported that on the next radio call. They said they'd send someone to check in a week when the weather cleared. It rained for 3 days straight after that. Hard, cold, constant rain. Visibility dropped to near nothing. I stayed in the tower, watching sheets of gray roll over the trees. I barely slept. Every creak in the beams felt louder. Every movement in the woods seemed deliberate. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. On the 15th night, I heard footsteps on the stairs. They were slow, wet sounding, like boots. Then they stopped. Not at the top, not at the bottom, just halfway. I froze. I grabbed the rifle and crept to the trapdoor that led to the stairs. I pressed my ear to the floor. Nothing. No more steps. No breathing. No shuffling. Just rain. I waited an hour before opening the hatch and pointing the gun down. Empty. I went down the stairs slowly, checking every step. Nothing was there. No footprints. No signs of anyone. The earth around the tower was untouched. No drag marks. No indentations. Back inside, I locked everything. I didn't sleep. I just sat with the gun and listened to the wind slam the walls. The next morning, I hiked down the trail again. I needed to know if someone was messing with me. About 1.5 miles from the tower, I found something that stopped me cold. A campsite, but it wasn't new. It had been used and abandoned over and over. The ground was packed. There were multiple fire pits, small ones shallow, hastily made. I counted 5 different pits scattered around a flattened clearing. There were strips of blue tarp nailed to trees as makeshift shelters. A few plastic containers, mostly empty. What got to me was the food. Cans of beans, dented, unlabeled, most of them open with rocks or knives. Someone had been living here. Not camping, living. The trees around the site had scratch marks. Not from claws, from knives or blades. Lines, gouges, some in patterns. One tree had a circle with a line through it carved into the bark. Looked like it had been there for months. Possibly longer. I took photos, marked the site. Then I noticed the smell. Rot. I followed it to a tree just outside the clearing. There, partially buried in leaves and earth, was a deer carcass. But it hadn't died naturally. Its hind legs were bound together with twine. The ribs had been broken open. The head was missing. No predator did that. I backed out and returned to the tower fast. I sent an emergency report over the radio. Told them I found a long-term camp and possible signs of human remains. They said a recovery team would come within 48 hours, weather permitting. That night, I barely turned the lights on. I sat in the dark, gun across my lap, watching the stairs. Around 2 a.m., I saw a flicker of light in the woods to the east. A fire. Small. controlled. Then it vanished. When the team arrived 2 days later, 5 men with gear and dogs, I led them to the camp. The dogs went nuts near the deer carcass. They found bones deeper under the same tree. Human, confirmed later to be 2 individuals, but they were too degraded to ID on the spot. No skulls. The team also found something I had missed, an old trail cam hidden inside a hollow tree pointed at the clearing. They took it back for review. I left with the team that day. My duty was over. I was supposed to stay a month. I lasted 18 days. Later that summer, they confirmed that the bones belonged to 2 missing persons. Hikers who vanished in 2014 and 2015. Both men. Both went missing in the general region, but were assumed to have gotten lost or fallen. They never found the person who lived in that camp. The trail cam footage showed only one person. Tall, male, dressed in ragged gear. Moved mostly at night. Built fires under tarps to hide the glow. Ate whatever he could find. At one point, he looked directly into the lens and smiled. I transferred districts after that. I haven't gone back to that part of the forest, but I still think about the sock, the flannel scrap, the way the stairs creaked under wet boots. I wonder how long he was watching me, how close he got, how many times he walked under my tower in the dark. Some things out in the woods aren't ghosts. They're real, they're worse, and they're still out there. I was working out of a small ranger station in the remote stretches of northern Montana, about 50 miles south of the Canadian border. It's one of those areas where cell service fades into nothing about 20 minutes out from town, and the towns themselves are barely more than old gas pumps and a bar with a pool table. The forest out there is deep, heavy with thick lodgepole pine, old spruce, and bear grass. Not many tourists come that far north. And the few that do tend to be experienced backwoods types, the sort of folks who leave no trace and ask no questions. I've been stationed there for just over 4 years by the time this happened. My job was mostly wilderness maintenance and fire watch duties. I'd hike trails, clear blowdowns, check trail signs, clean up after the rare campers, and sometimes assist with search and rescue operations when the call came. But most days were quiet. Long stretches of silence, broken only by wind in the trees and the occasional crack of branches somewhere deeper in the brush. I liked it that way. The quiet didn't bother me. If anything, it kept things honest. It was mid-September when this started. Fall creeps in early up there, with the nights getting cold and the days shortening faster than you expect. I'd gotten word that a Forest Service surveyor, a guy named Tyler, hadn't checked in after 3 days of solo trail mapping near the Burnt Ridge area. He wasn't overdue yet. Not officially. He had a 6-day window to finish up, but his spot locator hadn't pinged once. Normally, surveyors drop a beacon every night, even if it's just to let us know they made camp safely. Not hearing anything for 3 days straight raised some concern, especially since Burnt Ridge wasn't an easy area. That ridge got its name after a wildfire tore through it back in 1950s. It's high country, jagged, slope terrain covered in deadfall, loose rock, and lots of hidden sinkholes where root systems collapsed after the fire. The whole area is like walking on a spongy mattress of charred timber and undergrowth. It's known for twisting ankles and breaking gear. One bad fall up there, and you might not crawl out. I packed for 4 days just in case, and got clearance to hike out and to try to locate Tyler's last known position. According to his itinerary, he was supposed to be following the contour line east of a ridge called Wolf Jaw Peak, flagging elevation markers every half mile. He'd left a handwritten note with a rough plan, but like a lot of these guys, he probably improvised as he went. I knew the area well enough. I cleared some minor trails around Wolf Jaw earlier that spring. I left the station at first light. The air was sharp, and frost still clung to the grass. My pack was heavy with food, water, first aid gear, and a basic two-way sat phone. I had a Garmin GPS, topo maps, and a flare kit. Standard stuff. I wasn't expecting trouble, just wanted to make sure the guy wasn't sitting in a ditch with a busted leg. The first day was uneventful. I hiked 15 miles in the backcountry and made camp by a stream. I didn't see any sign of Tyler, but I wasn't worried yet. The terrain slows everyone down. I figured I'd intercept his path the next day. The second day, I climbed the lower portion of Burnt Ridge and started following the trail Tyler had marked on his map. I looked for survey flags, GPS pin markers, fresh boot prints, anything that would tell me he'd been through recently. About halfway through the morning, I found a first flag. Orange tape wrapped around a broken pine branch, fluttering faintly in the breeze. Below it, a pink ribbon and a wooden stake marked with a date, September 12th. That lined up. It meant he had passed through this area 3 days ago. So far, so good. The next flag was harder to find. It took me 2 hours and a detour around a washout to locate it. Then the third took even longer. I had to scramble down a loose rock slide and back up the far side, crawling under fallen logs and dodging thorny alder shrubs. It was grueling, and I wasn't even carrying the gear he was probably hauling. But each time I found a new marker, the date advanced, meaning he was alive and moving at least as of the 13th. That evening, I made camp near a dried-out creek bed. I hadn't seen any recent fire rings or signs of human activity, which was odd. Surveyors usually build small, discreet fires, just enough to boil water or stay warm for a bit. But nothing. No footprints. No food wrappers. No bent grass from a sleeping mat. It was like he passed through without touching the ground. I didn't sleep much that night. It wasn't fear, just something unsettled. The forest was too quiet, even for that area. Usually I'd hear owls, coyotes, or the occasional scurrying of small animals through the brush. That night, nothing. Just the sound of wind creaking through dead trees. Like the whole place was holding its breath. The next morning, I found Tyler's camp. It was barely a quarter mile from where I'd spent the night. Down in a hollow beneath a granite overhang, I spotted a folded tarp, a coiled rope, and a small gear bag tucked under a pine tree. There was no tent, no fire pit, just gear, neatly packed, untouched by weather. His backpack was there too, fully zipped, leaning against a rock. That's when I knew something was wrong. No one leaves their pack behind in the backcountry, not unless they plan to come right back. I opened it up, maps, extra socks, freeze-dried food, a backup GPS. His sat beacon was in there too, turned off. It had a dead battery. I searched the area methodically, did a 200-meter radius sweep. No signs of a struggle, no animal tracks, nothing broken or bloodied, just silence and pine needles. I called in a preliminary report on my sat phone and marked the camp's GPS location. Then I widened my search. About 2 hours later, I found his jacket. It was wedged in the branches of a downed tree about 80 feet from the camp. Looked like it had been snagged or dropped. It was dusty, a little damp, but intact. Inside the jacket pockets, I found a folded notepad and a pencil. The notes were scrambled. Numbers, elevation readings, and one strange sentence repeated twice. Avoid the hollow west of marker 17. No explanation. No reason why. Just that same phrase written again beneath some elevation data. The area west of marker 17 was steep, full of ravines and half-burned-out deadfall. I'd never gone far into it myself, mostly because it wasn't on any active trail system. It was hard country, dangerous even by backwoods standards. But I headed that way. The climb was slow. I had to move carefully, using trekking poles to test the ground. A lot of it was soft and gave underfoot. The trees got denser the further in I went, twisted and blackened from the old fire, with thick moss draping everything. Visibility dropped to maybe 20 feet in any direction. I started seeing bare scat, fresh and still steaming in one case, which meant something big had been moving through there within the last hour. I stopped frequently to listen, but again there was nothing. No birds, no wind, not even the buzz of flies. Just my own breathing and the crunch of soil under my boots. Then I found the hole. It was nearly invisible, just a dark depression under a crisscross of logs and brush. I nearly stepped into it. Only the slight difference in shadow caught my eye. I cleared away some branches and peered in. It was deep, maybe 10 feet down. The sides were loose dirt and rock, and the bottom was partially obscured by old leaves and debris. It didn't look natural, too circular, too clean, like it had been dug, then forgotten. And down there, half buried in the dirt, I saw the toe of a hiking boot. I dropped my pack and slid down into the pit carefully, testing each handhold before committing weight. The air smelled musty, like rot and damp soil. I brushed away the leaves and found the rest of the boot attached to a leg, then a torso. It was Tyler. His body was wedged sideways, twisted like he'd fallen hard. His neck was bent at an unnatural angle, and his arms were caught behind him like he tried to stop the fall, but got pinned. His eyes were closed, and his mouth was slightly open. He'd been dead for at least a couple of days, maybe longer. No obvious wounds, no blood, just broken. I checked his pockets. One was torn. The other held a small voice recorder, the kind some surveyors carry to make notes. I didn't have a way to play it out there, but I packed it carefully into my own bag. I marked the GPS coordinates and called it in. It took 3 hours to climb out and another full day before the retrieval team could make it up to my location. We had to use a sling and pulley system to extract the body. The medics confirmed he died from a broken neck and internal injuries consistent with the fall. The coroner's report later backed that up. But here's what stuck with me, and still does. The hole he fell into wasn't on any map. It wasn't a natural sinkhole. Later, I found out that area used to be part of a failed mining claim from the early 1900s. They dug exploratory shafts all through that region, looking for silver and tin. Most have been collapsed or filled in decades ago. But this one remained open, hidden beneath brush and rot. Tyler had walked right into it. The voice recorder? I listened to it later at the station. Most of it was standard stuff, elevation notes, compass bearings, terrain comments. Then his voice got I've been working as a park ranger for over a decade now. You see a lot of strange things when you spend years patrolling the deep woods, remote canyons, high ridges, and the kind of places that don't show up on most maps. But what happened during my 3rd season in the Dead Ridge District still haunts me. Not in a ghost story kind of way, but in the real, practical sense. The kind of thing that makes you lie awake at night, running different scenarios in your head, wondering what you could have done different. What signs you might have missed. What could have gone wrong? Almost did. The Dead Ridge District is in the southeast corner of Utah. Remote, mostly high desert with deep sandstone canyons and stretches of flat, empty land dotted with juniper and sage. It's not a popular park with tourists. Too dry, too hot, too unforgiving. The few people who come through are usually seasoned backpackers, canyoneers, or folks trying to get off-grid for a while. It was early September, still warm in the daytime, but starting to get chilly at night. My job that week was to check a series of trail cams set up in a narrow box canyon about 12 miles south of the ranger station. The cameras were part of a wildlife study project to track mountain lion activity in the area. Normally, the intern assigned to biology work would have done it, but she had rolled her ankle the week before, so it landed on my plate. I loaded up my gear just after sunup. I was driving a beat-up white Park Service truck, one of those with more dust than paint. I packed extra water, food, and first aid, a GPS unit, printed maps, my personal Garmin inReach, my sidearm, and a lightweight sleeping bag just in case I had to stay the night. The canyon, called Larrabee Hollow, was about a 5-mile hike from the end of the dirt road. It wasn't marked on most visitor maps, just a thin, almost invisible slot between two ridge lines. By the time I got to the trailhead, it was almost 9 a.m. The heat was already coming up off the red rocks in shimmering waves. I locked the truck, slung my pack over my shoulder, and started down the barely visible path. It wasn't a trail in the normal sense, just a series of cairns spaced apart every few hundred feet, marking the safest way down into the canyon floor. Most of the terrain was loose rock, with sections of slick rock that had to be scrambled over. The hike down took longer than I expected. The sun made it feel like I was walking through an oven. The ground underfoot was uneven, and I nearly twisted my ankle twice. I kept drinking water steadily. Every so often, I paused to take out my GPS and make sure I was still on the correct route. The landscape looked the same in all directions, red, brown, orange, dotted with scraggly bushes and the occasional twisted juniper. Eventually, after nearly 2 hours, I dropped into the floor of Larrabee Hollow. The canyon was narrow at first, the walls on either side towering over me, maybe 50 feet high, sometimes more. It twisted and snaked like some dried-up riverbed left behind centuries ago. There was barely any wind down there, and Everything felt still and heavy. Sound didn't travel the same way in a canyon like that. Even my footsteps sounded muffled. The trail cams were spread out along a 2-mile stretch. They were strapped to rock outcrops or wedged into crevices in the wall, facing narrow game trails and small pools where animals came to drink. I started hitting them one by one, downloading the data to a flash drive and swapping batteries if needed. Most of the footage was what you'd expect: deer, coyotes, jackrabbits, even a bobcat sniffing around. One camera had several clips of a mountain lion moving through just after dawn 3 days ago. Another showed the same cat returning at night. Around mid-afternoon, I reached the last camera. It was the one furthest into the canyon, tucked into a crevice near a dry waterfall. That spot always made me uneasy. Something about the way the rock hung over, the shadows that never seemed to move even as the sun shifted. I was sweating hard by then, covered in dust, and my back was killing me from carrying the pack all day. I swapped the batteries, downloaded the footage, and checked my watch. It was nearly 4:30 p.m. I figured I had enough daylight to get out of the canyon and make it back to the truck before dark. So I packed up and started heading back the way I came. I don't know exactly when I realized something was wrong. Maybe 20 minutes into the return hike, I got the strange feeling I wasn't alone in the canyon. I stopped, listened, looked around. Nothing. Just silence. No wind, no birds, no bugs even. That's what stood out. No noise at all. Normally, even in a remote canyon, you'll hear something: flies, birds flitting, lizards scurrying underfoot. But there was nothing. Just dead air and stillness. I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was just tired, a little dehydrated maybe. But that feeling stayed. I kept walking, scanning both sides of the canyon walls, eyes darting between the narrow ledges and shadows. Every couple hundred feet, I'd stop and turn around just to be sure nothing was behind me. Then I saw it. About 30 yards ahead, where the canyon took a sharp left turn, I spotted movement, just the briefest flash. At first, I thought it was a mountain lion. I froze, hand instinctively resting on my sidearm. But then I saw it again. It was taller, much taller, and it was standing upright. I crouched and watched, barely breathing. A man stepped into view, partially obscured by a rock outcrop. He was wearing a faded green jacket, dark pants, and a large tan backpack. His head was turned slightly away, so I couldn't see his face. But he wasn't moving like a hiker. He was just standing there, still, facing the canyon wall. I stayed crouched for a full minute, trying to make sense of it. This wasn't a visitor area. There was no trailhead nearby, no campsites, no reason for anyone to be down here, especially not alone this deep in the canyon. I slowly backed away, keeping my eyes on him. He didn't move. I turned around, took out my GPS, and realized I could take a side route, a narrow break in the rock I'd seen earlier that led up to a plateau. It would add an extra mile or so, but I'd avoid walking right past him. I took that route. It was steep, and I had to use both hands to scramble up parts of it, but I didn't stop. The whole time, I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me. But there was nothing, just that same dead silence. Once I got to the top of the ridge, I moved fast, putting as much distance between me and the canyon as possible. The sun was low now, casting long shadows across the landscape. Every time I passed a rock pile or small rise, I kept expecting to see someone step out. But no one did. I made it back to the truck just as the last light was fading. I unlocked the door, tossed my pack in, and sat there for a moment, catching my breath. Then I drove straight back to the station, keeping an eye on the rearview mirror the whole way. Back at headquarters, I went through the camera footage in more detail. On the second to last camera, the one about a mile from the canyon entrance, there was a clip from earlier that day, maybe an hour before I got there. It showed the same man I'd seen. He was walking along the canyon floor, alone, carrying that big tan backpack. He didn't look up at the camera. He just walked past it slow and steady. I checked the timestamps. He was heading deeper into the canyon, toward the last camera. I played that footage too. He passed the final camera sometime around 2:40 p.m. He wasn't looking at the camera, but he was closer now. Close enough that I could see more details. His face was sunburned, cracked, and peeling. His eyes looked glassy, like he hadn't slept in days. He didn't have a hat, or sunglasses, or any real sun protection. He wasn't carrying a tent or sleeping gear, just that pack. Then something else caught my eye. The side of his pack had a length of cord wrapped tightly around it. And under the cord, I don't know how to describe it. It looked like something wrapped in a tarp. Something large and heavy. That night, I filed an incident report, attached the footage, and flagged it for the supervisor. The next morning, 2 law enforcement rangers drove out with me. We hiked back into the canyon, this time armed and alert. But the man was gone. No trace. No sign he'd camped there. No boot prints. No trash. No disturbed soil. The only thing we found down by the dry waterfall near the last camera was a spot where something had been dragged across the sand. It led off toward a narrow side passage and eventually disappeared in a rock. Search and rescue teams came out the next day. They brought dogs, drones, even chopper. Nothing. It was like he'd never been there. The official report listed it as an unidentified individual observed in restricted backcountry zone, possibly engaged in suspicious activity. No one came forward. No missing persons matched his description. After a couple weeks, the investigation quietly ended. I think about that day more than I probably should. About what might have been in that pack. About what he was doing down there. About what would have happened if I tried to confront him or just kept walking like normal and crossed paths in the canyon. I've worked in a lot of wild places since then. I've seen mountain lions take down deer, stumbled across fresh bear kills, even found a wreckage of a lost hiker who fell into a crevice and was never reported missing. But nothing has ever made my skin crawl like that canyon and that man. I still patrol Dead Ridge every season. I still check the cams, but I never go. I've been a park ranger for over a decade now, and most days are quiet, routine even. You patrol the trails, check permits, answer questions from campers, pick up trash, do trail maintenance. It's peaceful work for the most part, but the deeper you work in the backcountry, the more you realize that nature isn't always your biggest concern out there. People, especially the ones who don't want to be found, are the ones that'll keep you awake at night. This happened in the late summer of 2018, in a section of a national forest in the Pacific Northwest that I'm not going to name. It's remote, rugged, full of old growth timber and steep ridge lines. Not much cell reception out there. Just miles and miles of forest, creeks, and narrow dirt roads. The kind of place that never quite feels empty even when it looks that way. I've been assigned to that district for just over a year. I mostly did solo patrols, usually 2 to 3 nights in the backcountry at a time, hiking between backwoods campsites and fire towers. We were short-staffed that summer, so I had a lot of ground to cover. In late August, I was tasked with checking in on a few rarely used trails in the northern part of the district. These were older trails. Some weren't even on current maps. Our job wasn't necessarily to clear them, just to take note of any major blowdowns, erosion, or hazards so we could plan for future maintenance if budget allowed. I was going to be out for 4 days, carrying my usual 50-pound pack, a topo map, a compass, and a GPS unit that barely worked under tree cover. Day 1 went smooth. I parked my rig at an old service gate, locked it behind me, and hiked in about 10 miles. It was quiet out there. No hikers, no campers, no recent fire rings or boot prints. I set up camp near a seasonal creek and spent the evening boiling water and writing notes in my logbook. That night, I heard something walking nearby. Probably a deer, but it was gone quickly. It's normal to hear things at night in the woods. You get used to it. Day 2 is when things started to feel off. I broke camp early and headed deeper into the drainage. The trail I was following had vanished in places, swallowed by ferns and alder thickets. I had to bushwhack more than I hiked. Around midday, I crested a ridge and found a clearing with an old campsite. It wasn't on any of our records. There was no fire ring, no trash, but there was a flat spot, worn into the earth, and several old logs positioned like benches. The place had clearly been used. It didn't bother me at first. It could have been a hunter's site or just a forgotten spot from years ago. I took a quick GPS reading and moved on. About an hour later, I started noticing odd things. Tree limbs snapped and clean, unnatural breaks. Not storm damage. These were fresh, green would peel back and still wet inside. Some were shoulder height, others much lower. It reminded me of how people sometimes mark trails when they're moving through unfamiliar woods. The breaks continued for at least a mile, always in one direction, deeper into a narrow valley. Against my better judgment, I followed them. The deeper I got, the quieter it became. No birds, no wind, just the creaking of old trees. The air felt heavy, humid, and still, like before a thunderstorm. I came across a section of dense undergrowth and noticed something shiny tucked behind a log. At first, I thought it was a soda can. When I stepped closer, I realized it was a strip of mylar, like from an emergency blanket, jammed into the bark. Just a few inches long, folded into a triangle. Not trash. Someone put it there on purpose. I took a few photos and marked the location. I started getting the feeling I wasn't alone. It wasn't anything I could see or hear. It was just this tightness in my gut. That sixth sense you get after enough years in the field. I decided to make camp early rather than keep hiking into that valley. I found a flat spot near a creek, hung my bare bag, and turned in just after dark. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, heart pounding, feeling like something had brushed against the tent. But every time I checked, nothing was there. The next morning, I was exhausted but ready to move on. I packed quickly and hiked out of that valley as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I got to a higher ridge, where the trees were thinner and the sky felt bigger. Around midday, I found something that still gives me chills. It was an old aluminum shed, half collapsed and rusted through in places, completely overgrown with vines and moss. It wasn't on any map, not even the USGS quad. I walked around it slowly. The door was hanging open on one hinge. Inside was an old cot frame, some broken glass jars, and a few plastic gas cans. Empty and sun-bleached. What really stood out, though, was the pile of old plastic sheeting in the corner, the kind used for tarps or drop cloths. Buried under it, I found a sealed Rubbermaid container. It was locked with a cheap padlock. The whole thing was sticky, like it had been exposed to fuel or oil at some point. I carried it outside and cracked it open with my multi-tool. Inside were vacuum-sealed bags of what looked like jerky, a couple old maps, and several thick bundles of cash. I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars. All 20s. Some of it water-damaged, some clean. The jerky was molded, and the maps were brittle from age, but the money was real. I couldn't make sense of it. My first thought was drug money, stashed decades ago and forgotten. But the site didn't look that old. The plastic was still flexible. The padlock was barely rusted. I took photos, GPS coordinates, and put the container back where I found it. I didn't take anything with me. It felt wrong, like I was stepping into something bigger than I wanted to know. I didn't feel safe in that area anymore. I hiked out faster than I've ever hiked in my life. Pushed almost 20 miles that day. Slept under a tree with one eye open and made it back to the service road by noon the next day. Back at HQ, I filed a report. I didn't mention the money, just noted the presence of an unregistered structure and signs of human activity. My supervisor looked concerned, but told me to leave it alone. We'll forward to law enforcement, he said. I don't know if they ever followed up. No one ever asked me about it again. But that wasn't the end. About 2 weeks later, I was back in the area on a different assignment. Trail clearing along a known route. I wasn't supposed to go anywhere near that shed, but I kept thinking about it. I wanted to see if it was still there. Maybe get better photos. Maybe find a serial number on the bills or something that would explain it all. I hiked out that way again. Took a full day to reach the general area. But when I got there, the shed was gone. I mean completely gone. No debris, no footprint, no disturbed soil. Just ferns and pine needles like it had never existed. I checked my GPS against my notes 3 times. I was in the exact spot. Nothing. Not even a tree with a Mylar tag. Like it had all been scrubbed. I stood there for a long time, turning in circles, trying to find any trace of what I saw. Nothing. The air felt wrong again. Too quiet. That heavy feeling pressing down on my chest. I turned around and left. I didn't camp. I hiked straight out, slept in my truck, and never went back. That section of the forest is closed now. Landslide risk, they said. There are signs posted at the trailheads, and the old service gate is locked with a new chain. But I know that terrain. No fresh slides. No erosion that bad. It's just an excuse to keep people out. Every now and then, I think about going back. I still have the GPS coordinates saved and those photos on a flash drive. But I won't. I've seen enough. Whatever was going on out there, whatever that shed was, whoever left that money, I don't need to know anymore. You spend enough time in wild places, you learn to respect the silence. And you learn when it's warning you. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in northern Utah for 6 summers, mostly in the Uinta Mountains. My job wasn't flashy. No helicopter rescues or high-speed chases. It was mostly trail maintenance, backcountry patrols, boundary checks, and visitor contact. I liked it that way. I preferred solitude over office chatter, crisp air over computer screens. I had a district to myself. Roughly 30 miles of mountainous terrain between 2 remote trailheads that weren't very popular, even during peak season. This story took place during my 5th season, mid-July. I was 33 at the time, with more than enough backcountry experience to feel confident, maybe even cocky. My patrol area included a stretch of old logging road from the 1930s that had become part of a non-maintained loop trail. Nobody used it except some hardcore hikers, an occasional bow hunter, and sometimes small groups of botanists or trail researchers. The reason was simple. It was remote as hell, the terrain sucked, and parts of it were overgrown and hard to follow. That summer, the district office was pushing us to monitor low-use zones for what they called emerging pressures, basically trying to catch illegal campers, fires, or ATV activity before it got out of hand. I was assigned a 4-day patrol into that loop, with a focus on the southern section that hugged the base of a long, steep ridgeline. The plan was simple. Hike in from the west entrance, follow the loop counterclockwise, and camp out each night near one of 3 known meadows where old survey markers had been placed decades ago. I packed light, freeze-dried meals, my tent, GPS, maps, a notepad, and a satellite phone. I carried my 9mm sidearm, standard issue for rangers in our district, though I'd never had to unholster it for anything more than target practice. The area had black bears and mountain lions, but actual encounters were rare. More often than not, I was more likely to twist an ankle on some deadfall than meet anything dangerous. Day 1. The hike in was uneventful. Hot, dry, and long. I started at 8 a.m. and made it to the first meadow, Hill Rock Clearing, by 4 p.m. It was an overgrown grassy patch with an old barbed wire fence still half buried around the perimeter. I pitched my tent under the tree line and logged a few notes. Elk sign, several birch trees, snap mid-height, probably wind, and a bunch of beerkins tucked under a log, likely campers trying to be slick. That night, I cooked my meal, filled out my trail log, and turned in early. The woods were dead, quiet except for the occasional creak of pine branches and distant owl calls. It was a perfect first day, and I felt good about the patrol. Day 2. This is where things shifted. I left Hill Rock around 9 a.m. and started working east along the old roadbed. This section was narrower and much more grown in. It was slow going. Around noon, I reached a point where the trail dipped through a dry creek bed and rose again on the other side. That's where I noticed something odd. Fresh boot prints. Not mine, and not old either. You can tell when prints are fresh because the edges are crisp and they haven't been smudged by rain or wind. These were recent. Maybe a day old, possibly less. They weren't standard hiking boots either. It looked like work boots, deep tread, wider soles. Could have been a hunter, but it was July. Not hunting season. No permit stickers on the trees, either. I followed them for a bit and noticed that they veered off the main trail and headed toward the ridgeline, into dense brush. I marked the location on my GPS, flagged a branch with some orange tape, and kept moving. About 2 hours later, I hit the second campsite, a tiny meadow I didn't even have a name for. The clearing was sloped and ringed by thick underbrush. There was a rotting picnic table half swallowed by vegetation, which told me someone had been there years ago, maybe during one of the old Forest Service studies. I set up camp again, did my usual checks. As the sun went down, I walked 100 yards out to take some sunset photos and scan for signs of human activity. That's when I found the deer. It was maybe 30 feet off the trail, half covered in leaves. At first, I thought it had been hit by a predator, but the cuts weren't right. Its throat had been cut clean, almost like a butcher's slice, and its hind legs were missing. No drag marks, no paw prints, no blood trail, just a body clean and quiet in the dirt. I stood there a long time, watching the shadows stretch across the trees. The air smelled like rot, but only faintly, like whatever had killed the deer had done a while ago. I didn't have a camera with a zoom lens, so I took a few wide shots and made a note. Probably poachers. Maybe prepping for fall hunting season. Still illegal. I walked back to camp, ate quickly, and lay in my tent with my sidearm next to my sleeping bag. I didn't sleep much. Day 3. I woke up with a bad gut feeling. Not fear, not panic. Just a tight, nauseous tension in my stomach. I packed up early and moved quickly along the trail. The eastern loop ran uphill for a few miles and then dipped down toward a series of ravines that used to be tagged on old maps as brushwood cut. This was my least favorite part of the patrol area. It was steep, tangled, and full of loose rock. Trees grew at weird angles, and the soil was dry and brittle. I slipped twice, once hard enough to crack my elbow against a stump. I cursed out loud, not out of pain, but frustration. Everything fell off. About 3 miles in, I found a tarp. It was faded green, half pinned under a fallen log, and stank like urine and mildew. Around it were scraps of what used to be a camp. A scorched pot, burned out lighters, some weather-worn boots, and a torn shirt. No bags, no sleeping gear, no ID. I didn't see any animal sign, no bones or blood, but something told me this hadn't been abandoned that long ago. There was a weird feeling of it being left behind in a hurry. I took GPS coordinates, snapped photos, and flagged it. I radioed in to the district dispatch using my satellite phone, logged it as a possible transient camp, and moved on. Around 3 p.m., I reached a spot just before the trail bent north again, and I found something that stuck with me ever since. It was a small metal stake, like one used for landscaping or property lines. Next to it, buried in the dirt, was a plastic container, the kind used for storing dry food or dog kibble. I pried it out of the ground and opened it. Inside were bones. Not a lot, just a handful, maybe a few fingers worth. They weren't animal. I knew that instantly. Human bones have a very specific look. I'd taken enough training courses to recognize phalanges and metacarpals. These were brittle, brownish, and looked old. Not ancient, but definitely not recent. There was also a strip of duct tape inside the container, folded in half. Someone had written something on it in faded ink, but most of it was smudged and unreadable. All I could make out was, "Don't dig here." That was it. I reburied the container exactly where I found it and flagged the location. I wasn't about to start digging into the surrounding dirt, especially not alone. I called it in again, this time tagging it as a possible burial site, which is about as serious as it gets. I moved north along the trail another mile before setting up my final camp. I didn't eat that night. I kept waking up to small noises, twigs snapping, rustling leaves, the wind brushing through the trees too sharply. I told myself it was just nerves. But sometime around 2 or 3 a.m., I heard what I swore were slow, steady footsteps. Not an animal, two-legged, moving with weight. Deliberate. Crunch, pause. Crunch, pause. Then silence. I held my breath for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, the sun rose. Day 4. I packed up before the light even broke fully through the trees. I was supposed to head west to complete the loop, but instead I bushwhacked straight south, cutting across the ridgeline to shave off distance. I didn't care about protocol anymore. I wanted out. I moved fast, heart racing, ears tuned to every distant snap and echo. I reached the main forest road by mid-afternoon and found a fire crew doing routine checks on an old access gate. They were surprised to see me come out of the woods where I did. I didn't explain much, just said I needed a ride back to my rig at the trailhead. The next few days were a blur of paperwork, interviews, and silence. The team went back to the coordinates I'd marked. They confirmed the bones were human. Very old, estimated at 10 to 15 years. The area was closed off for a full investigation. They found 2 more buried containers like the one I found. Same bones, same morning. Nothing else. No suspects. No missing persons matched the remains. No further clues. The case was quietly handed over to state authorities. I was told not to talk about it, standard for open investigations. A few months later, it disappeared from the news entirely. I finished out that season, but I never went back to that patrol zone. I asked for reassignment the following year and got a trail supervisor position closer to the main roads. More people, less forest. People always ask if I think it was a serial killer or some weird backwoods thing. I don't know. I don't think about that part much anymore. What's I've been a park ranger for over 13 years now, and most of the work has been routine. Trail inspections, wildlife counts, rescue calls, checking for illegal camps or fires. The usual. I've been posted across several states, but this one particular incident happened when I was working in the Bitterroot National Forest in western Montana. That forest is big. Around 1.6 million acres of rugged terrain, steep canyons, and endless stretches of woods that rarely see human footsteps. Back in early spring of 2018, we'd gotten reports of illegal trapping deep near the Trapper Peak area, which isn't the easiest place to get to. Most folks stick to the trails closer to the valley, but these traps were showing up near high country drainages, places where the snow lingered longer and travel on foot was slow and hard. Because of the terrain and snowpack, a full team wouldn't be sent in unless we had something serious. My supervisor handed it to me alone since I'd already been in that area multiple times before. I packed light: GPS, paper maps, radio, flare kit, food for 3 days, snowshoes, and my SIG Sauer sidearm. Standard issue, not because of people, but for bears. The higher you go out there, the more you're in grizzly country. Not a place to slip and fall or get turned around. I parked the truck at the edge of Service Road, locked the gate behind me, and snowshoed in. It took nearly half a day just to reach the saddle between the two ridge lines where we'd seen the last signs of trapping activity. The snow was wet, melting fast in places but still deep in the shaded spots. You'd sink past your knees without snowshoes. No fresh traps were there, but I noticed snowmobile tracks that weren't from any of our teams. Fresh, too. Not more than 24 hours old. The weird part was that they came from deeper in, not from any access point, but from the high basin side. That didn't sit right with me. No one brings a snowmobile down from that side. There's no trailhead, no legal way up there. It's nothing but vertical timber, switchbacks, and old avalanche paths. To even think someone could sneak a snowmobile in from that side meant they knew the land in ways most people didn't, or they were careless and lucky. Either way, I needed to find out. I followed the tracks up and over the next ridge. They ran clean and steady, carving into the snow like a blade. They weren't erratic, no loops, no signs of stopping. Just a straight line west, hugging the edge of a narrow gully. As the daylight began to shift and shadows stretched long through the timber, I set camp under a cluster of old pine. I didn't sleep easy. The air was heavy with the smell of damp soil and cold sap. Every snap of a branch or shift of snow outside, the tent felt louder than it should have. You sleep lightly in places like that. Not scared exactly, but always alert. By first light, I broke camp and kept moving. The tracks curved down a draw, crossed a frozen creek, and then stopped. Just stopped. No camp, no fire, no tent, no tracks going off foot. Just the imprint of where the snowmobile had sat idle for some time. Snow melted under the machine and a square imprint of flattened powder around it. But no machine. No drag marks either. If it had broken down and was dragged away, I'd see it. If it was picked up by helicopter, not likely. I'd hear about it. It was just gone, like it had vanished into the trees. I hiked the perimeter slowly. That's when I found the blood. Not much, just a few droplets near the edge of the tree line, dark against the snow. Could have been from a rabbit or something small, but it had a spray pattern, like something had been hit or cut. And then a print. Human. One bare foot, heel and all, sunken into the snow, maybe 100 feet from where the snowmobile had last been. That didn't make sense. Who the hell walks barefoot out here? That snow would burn the skin raw in under a minute. Still, I followed. The footprints were sporadic and shallow, like someone was stumbling or crawling at times. Every few hundred feet, they'd vanish under a patch of pine needles or snowdrift, then reappear always heading downhill, zigzagging like the person had no idea where they were going. Or maybe they did. Maybe they were trying not to be followed. As I descended into a narrow ravine, I caught the smell of something sharp. Not rotting, not quite metallic, but something off. Like meat left too long in the open air. My breathing slowed. I reached for my sidearm, flipped off the safety, and kept my finger off the trigger, but ready. The trees down in the ravine were older, taller, and thick with moss. Sunlight barely touched the ground. Everything felt close, quiet. I scanned every tree, every patch of underbrush, and that's when I saw it, a small wooden structure, almost like a blind. No bigger than an outhouse, built crudely with deadfall and canvas. It was half buried in the snow, but recent enough that the wood wasn't weathered. A single boot print led into it. I approached slow, circled it twice. The door, if you could call it that, was just a tarp draped down and pinned with a branch. I pulled it aside and stepped back quickly, weapon raised. Inside was a pile of bones. Not human. Deer mostly. Stripped clean, some cut with a blade, some cracked open for marrow. But among them were objects that didn't belong. An old rusted hunting knife, a canteen, a child's sock, and an old flannel shirt that had blood soaked through one sleeve. The smell was stronger inside, stale and wet. The snow around the shelter was trampled in every direction like someone had paced in circles for hours. This wasn't a hunting camp. It wasn't a trapper station. It felt like someone had lived here, or was still living here. I backed out and marked the location on my GPS. I radioed in, but the reception was terrible, just static and faint pulses of feedback. I gave up after 2 tries and decided to move to higher ground to try again. As I climbed out of the ravine, I heard the sound. It was faint, like something dragging. Not an animal, something heavier, something with a rhythm. I froze and crouched behind a deadfall. The sound got closer, slow, steady, a crunch pull rhythm. Then silence. I stayed still for what felt like 15 minutes, listening but heard nothing more. Eventually I moved on. At the ridge, I finally got through to base, gave them my coordinates, and requested backup. I didn't explain everything, just said I found a possible illegal camp and strange signs of human activity. They said help would be there by nightfall via chopper if weather held. I didn't wait. I wanted to find where the prints ended, and I did. Another quarter mile down the ravine, I found what used to be a small cave, or rock overhang, really. Inside it were signs of occupation. Ashes, melted snow, animal bones, torn clothing. But again, no sign of a person. And then, deeper in, behind a stack of flat stones, I found a body. He was maybe in his 40s, frozen solid, curled up like he'd died in his sleep, arms wrapped around his chest. Barefoot, wearing nothing but jeans and a torn jacket. His face was sunken, eyes frozen open, lips cracked and black from exposure. Judging by the condition, he'd been dead for less than a week. But what chilled me was what I found in his hands. A trap tag. Our tag. One of the exact tags we use for identifying legal traps. Except this one had been altered, the numbers scratched off, something etched into the metal. I wiped it clean and held it to the light. It just said, "Not yours." That night, the chopper came in. I flagged them from a clearing and led the search team back to the body. The shelter, the bones, the items, all cataloged and packed for evidence. Turns out the man had been a local, missing for over 4 years. His name was Samuel Becker. He'd been fined twice in 2014 and 2015 for illegal trapping and poaching. Then he just disappeared. His truck was found abandoned near a trailhead 30 miles away. No one ever figured out where he went. We think he tried to live off the land. He may have gone feral, lost his mind in the woods, maybe even thought the land was his and anyone who came near was trespassing. That would explain the altered trap tags, the isolation, the stripped bones, the dragging sounds. Could have been him moving the snowmobile, scavenging in the night, paranoid of being seen. Or maybe he wasn't alone. Maybe someone else had been with him at some point. There was never a clear answer. What still keeps me up some nights, though, is that snowmobile. It was never found. No tracks leading away. No parts, no sign it had been lifted or burned. It just vanished. And whoever, or whatever, took it never left a trail. Like they knew exactly how to disappear. Since then, I always watch for tracks that lead in and don't come back out.